Good morning, everyone. My name is Untitled Chapter. I am the chairperson of the Portfolio Committee on Higher Education, Science and Innovation. I'd like to believe I'm the youngest woman on the benches of the majority party, and it's really, really exciting to have all of you with us this morning. And I really hope that we'll all have a really engaging, innovative session where we can learn from one another. But before we go further, I'd like for all of us to stand, and I hope one of you can lead us in the national anthem.
Oh my goodness. Really brave person.
Thank you so much. Everyone can have a seat. So as I said, my name is Untitled Chapter. I am the chairperson of the Portfolio Committee on Higher Education, Science and Innovation. I do hope that you will get to learn more about Parliament and how it functions. So a portfolio committee is basically a committee, a body of individuals from different political parties that would hold the Department of Higher Education, Science and Innovation to account. So your department is, what department do you guys fall under as learners? Okay, one of the greatest rules for today is that, like, feel free, right? No one's wrong. I know this room can feel really tense sometimes, but this one's much smaller and less tense. I'll be honest with you. The National Assembly that unfortunately burnt down is more intimidating, but please feel free. When we speak and we sit here, we sit on behalf of yourselves, literally. What's your name? Onwaba. What's your name? Anelisiwe. When I sit here on your behalf. I sit on this side of the room. So please feel free. This is a space that every single one of you should feel free in, and you all belong in this space. So your department would be? Anyone to shout out? Basic education. So your minister is? Okay, in this room, you don't call people by their first names. You won't say Angie Motshekga. You can say Miss Angie Motshekga or Honorable Angie Motshekga. So, Honorable Angie Motshekga, right? So your portfolio committee would be the Portfolio Committee on Basic Education. The chairperson of that committee is Ms. Bongiwe Mpingo-Kikaba. Yeah. So each department has a portfolio committee, and we're supposed to hold that department to account to see if you guys don't pay tax yet, but to see that the taxpayers' money, so all the adults in the room, that your money is being used adequately and efficiently and is meeting your needs as well. All right. And then where there's complaints, we lift those complaints. Where there's great strides, we see how we can harness the great work that's being done. So Parliament is not only about saying bad, 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 but it's also about saying, how do we improve the work that's being done, particularly if there is good work that's being done. So that's just a little bit of history on what Parliament is and why you're here. Well, on what Parliament is, but why you're here is because the Office of the Deputy Speaker, Mr. Tsenoli Lechisa, has ventured into a program where they seek to reach out to young innovators across the country to support youth innovation, particularly as we move towards the fourth industrial revolution. Many other countries, others may argue, are in the fifth or sixth industrial revolution. And there are many challenges that could come with that, right? Like energy, electricity, issues like access to internet and so forth, right? We all know that the biggest moment where as a country, we really had to deal with the idea of the fourth industrial revolution was when? When did we really feel like, yeah, no, we need to move quickly on this 4IR thing for us to be able to live? COVID-19, right? Where we had to rely on, can you just unpack? You can. You can come through.
I would say we saw that when we saw that we had to rely on home working from home, where we saw a lot of people had to quit their jobs or lose it because a lot of them they couldn't work outside the area they had to go to.
So how did like technology become an important factor in our lives at that point?
At that point, we saw that we need a lot of people to be connected to the internet because most video conferences need you to be on the internet, and that we need more people who are ventured in jobs that don't need you to be in a certain area, but you can work outside the area so that you can work more efficient and not have to worry about work hours.
So how many of us had a laptop when 4IR, when COVID struck? Just raise your hands if you had a laptop. That's like, I don't think it's even half the room, right? How many of us had access to the internet? Okay, but better. So many of us are probably using our parents' laptop or your phone, or maybe a tablet that you share with many siblings. But basically, we saw the digital divide during COVID, right? When on the one hand, we saw how the fourth industrial revolution and the move towards a digital society could assist us in ensuring that we had access to this human right, which is education. On the other hand, because we didn't have electricity in certain areas because of the economic inequities, so others being poor, others being rich, the working class and the proletariat, or the bourgeoisie and the proletariat. So others had, others didn't have. Others just continued seamlessly to move on to Google Classroom. Is it Google Classroom? Do you guys know Google Classroom? Others seamlessly moved on to it. For others, it wasn't even an option, right? So that is where you, young minds in our country, young bright minds of our country, the future innovators, or even current innovators, as some of you will be sharing with us some of the innovations you have, come in to say, what innovations, what technologies can we bring on board to help us to move forward as a country? I view innovation, I view technology as a helping aid to our development as a country. Every time the department and its entities, Mr. Krapi, come to the committee, the question we always ask is that, okay, and then what? What impact will that innovation have in the lived realities of ordinary citizens in this country? Can you tell me what area you guys come from in the green? Mitchell's Plain. So the question we ask to the department and its entities is, what impact does your innovation have on the lived realities of young people from Ocean View, on the lived realities of young people on the lived realities of young people from Mitchell's Plain. How does an innovation that has been put together, how does the funds that have gone from citizens to TIA, and TIA has given those funds to an innovator, how are we able to trace that money to make sure that it goes back into the country? Those are the questions that we're asking. But more importantly, we want you as young people today to understand what support is given and provided to yourselves as young innovators by our government and potentially by other stakeholders in our country, because we don't only want support from government, we also want support from private sector. That private-public partnership is very important. President Cyril Ramaphosa often speaks about a social compact. A social compact basically appreciates the fact that all of us in the country have a role to play by coming together to move our country forward, right? But what we also want to understand today is, besides what support the government gives, is what innovations are you putting forth? What innovations are you thinking of? Maybe you're thinking of an innovation, but you don't know how to go about it. Hopefully, some of the entities that are here will help you with that. Maybe you don't even think you can be an innovator. Maybe you don't even think you can produce anything, like technology, not me. But maybe today you will realize how easy I think women, Deputy Speaker, are generally innovators. I think we innovate every day. When there's no bread, you innovate to see how we're going to make sure we put bread on the table. When your hair is looking like a mess, your mom's like, oh, how am I going to use that fishing oil to put your hair together because the hair food is finished, right? I think women, mothers in particular, they wake up every day and they innovate. They use their innovation skills to see how they can make sure that they take care of us. I'm not saying anything about fathers, also because it was Father's Day the other day, so I must tread carefully. But I really think that innovation is something that all of us have, but how it exerts itself, so how it comes out could be different, right? Others may be innovative in arts, others may be innovative in I don't know, sports or whatever it is. And that's the thing about innovation as well. And Mr. Krapi, you'll tell me, and you have a whole lot of young innovators with you. But I think innovation is so vast. Like you find innovations everywhere. So for example, in sports, a wheelchair that can make an athlete who participates in Paralympics move faster, be more quicker on the court. That's an innovation, isn't it? I think whoever did this mic or produced or manufactured this mic, that was an innovation, isn't it? Other examples of innovations? Of innovations that we interact with on a day-to-day basis? Cell phones, car, clothes. Could that be an innovation, Mr. Krapi? Clothes? Clothes, okay. Food? I'm gonna keep asking him because he's our principal. He's the CEO of TIA. So he's the man who says, when you send a proposal to say, I want TIA to help me innovate this product, he's the one who says it's an innovation, it's not an innovation, we should support, we should not support. So that's how we're gonna keep asking him. He's our principal today. Innovate this product, right? He's the one who says it's an innovation, it's not an innovation, we should support, we should not support. Feel free. I haven't heard anything from the group. He's our principal today. Innovate this product, right? Anybody? Any other ideas? It's an innovation, it's not an innovation, we should support. Okay, I'm gonna switch off my mic. I haven't heard anything from the group. He's our principal. Innovate this product, right? Anybody? Any other ideas?
Cameras.
And cameras, I mean, we even see the evolution of that. Even cars, even phones. And cameras, I don't know, Mr. Krapi, we even see the right terminology on the evolution of innovation. I guess it's like in the IRs, right? From the first industrial revolution to the sixth industrial revolution, right? So we all make the idea of innovation as relatable as possible so that we're not intimidated by the idea of being innovators. You get it? Cool. Yeah, and we want to do a whole lot of these engagements in other provinces as well. So we don't want to leave anyone out. So citizens of South Africa who are watching at home, on our YouTube channel, on our Facebook channel, on Twitter. Yes, Parliament is on Twitter. It's on Facebook. It's on YouTube. But sometimes they don't go live on Instagram. I'm just hint, comms, Parliament, go live on Instagram. Because, young people are on Instagram, right? I'm on Instagram. If you want to follow me, my handle is nompendulo_M. If any of you also want to increase your followership, when you introduce yourself, say, hi, my name is Anelisiwe and my Instagram handle is, right? So take advantage of the fact that you will be interacting with different people today. Also because I'm sure many of you may want to share your ideas afterwards, so feel free, right? So yes, guys, those of you who are watching at home on our different platforms, this engagement is coming to you as well. Please don't think that it is only exclusive to those that are in and around Cape Town. Okay, I hope we have a sense of what we're here to do. Is there anyone who's confused? No, you're not confused. Who am I leaving out? The colleagues with the green at the back, can you just tell me where you're from? There's like 4 of you, I think. Was that in my...
Mahamesbury. Yes.
Yourselves in the gray and blue. Press the button there.
We're in Millington, from Millington.
You guys are the same school. Okay. So like there's tracksuits and there's blazers, but you're all, is there a matric situation? In some school. So who are the matrics? All of you are matrics. Okay, so who are the matrics? Oh, the boys. And you had to wear your blazers because, hey. Okay, cool, guys. Welcome to everyone. Please feel free, enjoy yourselves, let loose. The restrooms are as you enter. There's the restrooms on your right. And then there's like snacks and stuff out here. We will try and take a body break somewhere because I know that it's going to be a lot of information and at some point you're going to need to stretch and just, relieve yourselves as well. But the deputy speaker is also going to make sure that we stretch very well. And I hope he does that before he makes his opening remarks so that you guys see how cool our deputy speaker is. He's very young, by the way, very young, younger than me. And it's also really exciting, guys, I must say, to have young people in these chambers. Do any of you know of a member of parliament who's under the age of 35? You can't mention one. Okay, I'm gonna go to the university students. You're from Stellenbosch. Can you mention one? Okay, I'm trying to see if the colleagues from CPUT are here. Are you guys here, CPUT? Not here yet. Okay, well, we have Honorable Gwahube. I think she's under 35. She's the Chief Whip of the Democratic Alliance. We have Honorable Chirwa. She's from the EFF. She's probably 30, I think, this year. We have Honorable Malachi. He's 30 this year from the ANC. Honorable Tim Shongo from the ANC, I think 32. Honorable Nobo from the DA. Honorable Shikwambana from the EFF. So these are young people who are under the age of 35, who are members of parliament. I'm mentioning but a few. There are many others that I've left out. So yeah, guys, it's not only, the deputy speaker's peers that are here. We're also here, and we are accessible. I think most of us have Twitter or Facebook or Instagram. So feel free to reach out to us. As learners, you have every right to share with us any challenge that you're having. social development can address some of those, basic education can address some of them. Look, today we've even brought DSI, and DSI is even extremely relevant to your support to make sure that the curriculum that you're also getting in your schools is responsive to a future that is heavily digital and strong in technology. So yeah, guys, it's nice to have more young people because we're there, but we're not there. Yabo. So I'm hoping some of you. How many of you see yourselves here in the future? Okay, girl. I mean, your hand went up so fast. You were like, yes, count me in. All right, so you see yourself here. All right. Do you see yourself being a minister, a speaker? Maybe a minister? Which office would you want? Please switch on your mic. Introduce yourself as well.
Okay, so my name is Larisha. I'm from Ocean View High, as everyone can see me. Hello, everybody. Good evening to you all. So I see myself here in the future to make like life better for many of our youngsters out there, so that they can also, more of them could have this opportunity that I'm having. Because for me, it's an honor to be here today, like to experience what I'm experiencing with everybody here. So, and like to give my opinion of how the ministers are helping us and how we can change many of our schools where disruptive behaviors occurs and like disruptive students are, whereas some of us are there to learn, and then we get like the majority of them that comes around to play around disruptive, and then there's only like one educator with like 35 to 40 learners in the class. That's like, for them, it's quite dodgy to like, yabo. Yeah. Thank you very much.
So, okay, so when I speak, the mic goes on. So when you speak, the mic goes off. Does everyone get it? Okay, cool. So introduce yourself, say, I am Miss, your name, and then the minister that you are, like right now.
The minister. Okay. So, okay. I am Larisha Muggles, Minister of like Basic Education.
All right, can I get one more minute? Okay, can I get one more minister, please? Introduce yourself and what you see yourself being the minister of and why. You want to go for it? Go for it.
I am Onwaba Matupe, and I am the Minister of Science and Innovation.
Love it. I want to be you when I grow up. And you see, Deputy Speaker, she said the Minister of Science and Innovation, which is a conversation we must have of whether or not it's been effective, CEO, for us to have the Department of Higher Education and Science Innovation. There are two different departments under one ministry at the moment. Yes, there are synergies, and you'll see them come across today from an education perspective, a skills perspective, but also from an innovation perspective. There are synergies, but there are also great challenges in being able to play oversight on those two departments and to really push the two departments' agendas at an equal scale. But I love it. You are the future Minister of Science and Innovation. Give her a round of applause again, guys. All right, I'm gonna hand over at this point to the Deputy Speaker, Mr. Lechesa Tsanoli, to tell us all about this program that Parliament is embarking on in search of young innovators in our country, in search of the ideas of young innovators, in search of supporting young innovators in our country, in search of ensuring that South Africa is ready and at the lead of all industrial revolutions to come. Let's welcome Honorable Lechesa Tsanoli, the Deputy Speaker of the South African Parliament.
This is the second time I stand on the podium. I haven't been here. I miss it badly. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, what I see in front of me, or whoever is sitting there watching us from the cloud, from the ceiling there, is looking at an intergenerational presence in the room. They are the oldest and the youngest in Parliament. I belong to the first dimension. I'm very excited that you, the youngest, accepted our invitation to join us here, supported by the oldest, some of the oldest. We are glad to have this conversation across these differences that we are talking about. But I comply with the rules, and especially when I like the rules. The suggestion that you stand up right now. Stand up right now. When I give instructions, I'd like them obeyed. And just push that chair back a little bit. And I want you to lift your hands up. What I'm trying to do is to get your heart pumping blood in your body. Just raise your hands up. Let the two hands meet at the top. Raise your hands, lift them up as high as possible as you can do. Let them down slowly. Let them down slowly. Go back there again. Once more. And as you do so, you are breathing in and breathing out. Okay? Again. Okay, slow down. As you stand in this way, go hit that desk in front of you with your forehead. No, do it gently. Don't hurt yourself. Put your feet together and then go down and hit it. Okay? 1. Up again. Go back, do that. Feel the stretch, feel the stretch. Feel the stretch. And up, and especially as the older ones, your back here will be very glad to hear it. Do it again. Okay, thank you very much. Sitting down too long is a new disease like smoking. So what you must do regularly as a matter of practice, you must keep going up and down. When your body moves, your brain grooves, okay? Remember that when your body moves, your brain moves, grooves. Okay, thank you. Take your seat down. I welcome you, pupils at schools and students at university, your teachers present here and support teams. We are very glad. This is an important step. The first one we took formally to look at the fourth industrial revolution was in May 2018, when we pulled together a small group of ministers and members and invited Professor Marwala, who used to be the vice chancellor, the principal of the University of Johannesburg. He is now in Japan, heading the United Nations University. And we asked as Parliament, what is this so-called fourth industrial revolution? What challenges is it bringing along? What risks does it have? And how is it likely to help us with what we're confronted with? And so we had 4 ministers there, 5 ministers plus Vice Chancellor Marwala then to speak to us. And he made very wonderful remarks, all of them, the speakers that they made very wonderful remarks. They provided us with answers to some of these questions, because we wanted the country to have a national plan for dealing with this beast that's already wreaking havoc in many places. in certain respects, but producing exciting results in certain respects. But what is it basically? Basically, it's when we have problems in our neighborhood, in our workplace, in our school, who do we go to? And what do they give us by way of solutions? So this is the idea. What are the solutions that we are coming up with, and how are we using technology to solve those problems? When you look at your environment, you look at the plants there. A friend of mine teaches at the University of Limpopo. He says this first year students who wanted to study agriculture, he asked them, do you recognize any plant in your home? Tell me one or two plants that you know in front of your home and what their names are. So the class went dead silent. None of them knew the grass, the plants, not at all, but all of them were in the class to study agriculture. Now, she scratched her head because she couldn't understand why. So what we are saying, as an example, that someone has designed an app to identify these plants here, or an old man, a retired old man, suspect he was my age, meaning I'm due for retirement now. He had he cut a 2-liter plastic bottle, a hole, and then cut another one, and its mouth went into this hole here. And this other one, he made a bowl in which he put bird seed. So he then sat next to this thing here with his pipe smoking. Because this is a bad example. Even if he's old, he mustn't follow that example. Smoking is bad. But the interesting thing was that he produced this contraption in order to attract birds. And then he had his book here looking at pictures of these birds to identify them and to video their chirping so that you can recognize them by their chirping as well, including when he sees them. When I wake up in the morning in my home in Bloemfontein, regularly for years now, there's a beautiful brown, multiple colored bird that comes on my window sill. I don't understand. I can't presume I know what it seeks as it knocks on with its beak on the glass. I guess it wants to go through or something like that. But it always irritates me because it wakes me up at the wrong time. I was wishing I could communicate with, come later, man. But this is innovation at play. How do I attract these birds here to me, watch them, and then record their music, their sound? That's an innovative solution instead of just going alone like many people travel the world to find out various birds. It's an interesting exercise. When you get there, what do you do about it? In Parliament, just to give an example, we have every Thursday in the morning, if you watch TV, see a programming meeting. We decide what are we doing this week, which debate is coming this week, and so on and so on. So some of the staff in the ICT department designed an app for us so that in your hand, you can click a button and see the program for the day or for the week and who's going to be doing what, so that it makes our life easier. So what we are asking is you in your environment, in your neighborhood, what solutions have you come up using technology? We are trying to find out, we speak not only as Parliament, and by the way, Parliament is the National Assembly and the National Council of Provinces. The National Council of Provinces represents the 9 provinces. So together when we meet as the leadership of Parliament and the leadership of the legislatures, we call it the Speakers Forum. So we've agreed that we are going to be searching for young innovators in our environment, wherever we are located, to find out what are people doing, harnessing the value of technology, designing technology, but may not have been supported. We know some who designed cell phones and things, they didn't get support because possibly the only people who knew them are those that they went to and asked for support and they didn't get it. So we thought that we must take up the program of not just asking what the strategy is from government, but we must go out there amongst the people to find out who is designing interesting solutions. And you know why? Have you ever felt how bad it is when you don't have a cell phone and you borrow your friend, take something and says, go and jump, how bad you feel, right? It's the same as a country. You can't go to the suit to borrow and then say, no, we've got our own people to deal with. Go back home. So we must design solutions to our own problems. We must be as self-reliant as possible. Yes, you can go and borrow when you don't have enough and you are understanding together that you do that. So what we are saying is that we've got problems and we want the brains we have, let's use them productively and capture those who are designing interesting systems and solutions to this problem using technology. And then we invite the elders in the room here to support you in that way, but also the entities of government from the executive, like the gentleman who runs TIA here. There are other institutions that provide support. To say to them, please, here are these young people doing this, what support can you give them? That's partly some of what they're going to talk to you about. And the idea is that there's a person, teachers and supporters, who is a woman called Professor Barbara Oakley. She was at university, she studied languages. She actually studied Russian incidentally. But then, being in the army, she realized that they were not promoting people without mathematics in their background. So she decided to go back to overcome her fear of mathematics by asking others who teach it and others who are doing it, like her classmates and so on. And she began to overcome her fear of mathematics. She finally succeeded and became an engineer. And now she runs a program called Learning How to Learn. She's very fascinating. And so the story behind this, when she asked some people, they said, you see, what happens is that some of the people who do mathematics do not complain too much because they are challenged by problems. They want to solve them. They don't want to talk about them only. They want to solve them. If there is a problem, like Longfoga Maguban, who used to help an old man with a rickety wheelchair, and decided, no, man, I must design a better one. So that's what he did. That's interesting solution. Instead of just getting donations of wheelchair from the United States, like we did in my constituency, we got 100 wheelchairs from some philanthropists in the United States. But the problem is, when those wheelchairs are broken, no one to repair them. But fortunately, the Central University of Technology in the Free State began because of someone who was disabled who went to them and said, hey man, this thing can't turn, it's not flexible enough, and I want to play sport. And so they started in their engineering departments there to create a platform to begin to redesign wheelchairs and thereby general maintenance of wheelchairs, which is a fascinating idea. So what we are saying is that there are opportunities to solve problems, daily problems, some members of parliament here, including myself, went to the Society for the Blind here in Cape Town. And the trainer, the chief trainer there is blind. He was boastful about their website, which is disability friendly. Okay. And we got absolutely excited because he says, people who are partially blind and others who have certain illnesses and so on, would prefer a screen, for example, that doesn't glare too much. How do you do that? So they design systems to work with those things so that many more people are able to access material, that their disability not a disadvantage to them. So what we are asking you to help us do is you yourself tell us what you're doing, and we would like to expose you to the people who provide support to those opportunities in the country, but help us find others elsewhere who we haven't reached, and what they are designing, what they are generating ideas, and so that we can match them. We are Parliament's new role, well, it ought to be all the time, as a matchmaker. Okay? There are problems we want to solve, there are people with solutions, and there are those who will support them. So let's pull them together. Then we are on a campaign for matchmaking, okay? And we want to hook you up with those with big pockets. I know why you are laughing. With big pockets, and then, or slightly big pockets. We don't always have enough money, but the idea is really that you must get into a broader community that can support you with what you are doing. That's, at the end of the day, the mission of our gathering here today. And I want to give you an example of how we learn things accidentally. Okay. I lived for 16 years in Lamontville in Durban. And one day I was sitting with an activist friend of mine in his house. We were watching television, and then we saw an effigy, you know, a paper image of Ronald Reagan. Now, we could see it was him, his features. So this creative people put together papers, together painted them this way to show this is the mouth, this is Ronald Reagan. And this was a protest march. And they took it to go and burn it and set it alight. You know what? Promptly, I left him, when my friends elsewhere are fellow activists, and we made an effigy of one of the political leaders. That's creativity. Copying is the mother of many creative solutions. When you copy, you don't necessarily reproduce the same thing. You innovate, you adjust to suit who you are dealing with. Okay. So this is what we are talking about. We're searching for that. If you have your eye permanently fixed on the interesting, on what you can do with what's available in your neighborhood, you can develop fascinating solutions to what others consider regular problems and so on. So we are suggesting to you, today we'll hear what some of you are doing, but we intend later during the year to have an exhibition out here in the precinct, so that you demonstrate what you're doing. The Center for Scientific Research, the CSIR, has over 700 scientists, people whose job is to do research, to find out solutions to problems, look at what others are doing elsewhere in science, share that with us so that we generate our own solutions. COVID challenged us because we said, no, we want to, at the end of the day, yes, let's get support of vaccines. These remedies from outside that are claimed to be helpful. But at the end of this process, we must have our own manufacturing capacity to generate the production of our own vaccines. Like other countries do. China and Cuba did that. And they were able to send people worldwide because they had brigades, scores and scores of professionals who had not done it in their country, but they were going to other countries to help others do the same. So we are inviting you as young innovators, driven by curiosity about why things work, and you pull apart your mother's choosing. And you can't bring it back along, and she tears her hair apart, slaps you several times, and you run away. In your path towards creativity and innovation, unfortunately, creativity does involve a bit of risk. Okay, so the idea is that I was telling one principal who was attributing his success to his teacher, Kevin. Are you here, Kevin? Yeah. And I objected. I said, no, Kevin wouldn't be here if you, principal, you were not open-minded, you didn't recognize the value of technology, that you need a smart young one to come over here and help the other people here. And this was exciting stuff, because he didn't recognize that by being that open-minded and receptive to good advice, that it would be great to begin a program which teaches robotics and things like those. That's great stuff. That's leadership. You don't have yourself know how to cut hair. One old man says to another, this is your head. You can cut yourself. Where do you go? All you need to do is to be able to maneuver your hand around your head, and you can do it, and you can see them when they've done it. And many of them learned it in prison and elsewhere, of course. But it represents the idea there are certain things that you ask your brother to help you before you've tried yourself or your sister, before you've tried yourself to sort it out. That idea, that approach to solutions, start first, try and do it yourself first before you go and ask for help. Do it in life general as well. Don't always rush to go and ask for help. Try a solution, something and so on. We know it can be risky sometimes, but be careful so that the result of what you produce is then received and then magnified, and then we make many more of it and show others who will be very interested to find it. Thank you very much. I just thought I should raise this awareness story around technology solutions that we are having. We really want to make, as a country, we are solving our country's problems. You are you see where you are sitting now. There will be vacancies enough to be filled by you. And we are waiting for you to come here smart, to deal with the legislation and the laws and the allocation of resources to encourage innovation in every field of life. Okay? Just remember that. That's your agenda. Your future is literally in your head, not in your hands. Not only in your hands can't do much more if your head doesn't have good instructions. Okay, absolutely. One of my favorite greatest scientists is Stephen Hawking. The man was dismissive of his disease, which literally made every function of his body useless. And he said, well, this body can go to hell, but I'll do what I need to do. And with friends, they designed a mechanism for him to talk, and he gave instructions. And some of the work he has produced are critical scientific findings. So please just remember that if you keep your brains healthy, safe, free of drugs and alcohol, you are allowing something wonderful to develop. You are creating an opportunity for imaginative solutions to emerge. And like I said, when your body moves, your brain grooves. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker. The Deputy Speaker is in charge of the proceedings of this House. So you can only imagine how it could have been very difficult for me to try and interrupt him as he welcomes us to today's session. So we have, you see this laptop here, this monitor here, that's where you see your time. So both of us, so the program says we have 15 minutes to speak. My opening remarks were way over that. And so were the Deputy Speaker's remarks, but had this device here been operating, we definitely would have known that our time is up. So we're taking advantage of the fact that it's not working today. But yeah, it's an inside joke. Yeah. So thank you very much, Deputy Speaker. And I'm really happy that the Deputy Minister, Putima Namela of the Department of Higher Education, Science and Innovation is here. If you could make your way to here. I know, yeah, you and I just not into, I couldn't sit here the whole time. I wanted to sit there. So that tells you how cool the Deputy Minister of Higher Education, Science and Innovation is. Not to say those that are sitting here are not cool. No, I'm not saying that at all. But I'm glad you're here, DM, because the Deputy Speaker raised a number of areas around science and innovation, or innovation in particular, where I think we have a lot to share as a sector. I mean, in relation to vaccine manufacturing, there are great strides we've made already as a country, and we're really in the lead in terms of that as well. But we're also leading the continent, because there are issues of access, right? So the Deputy Speaker speaks to it a bit, right? So when we aren't able to innovate our own vaccine, and we don't know how to manufacture it, we're at the mercy of other people. And if they don't believe in the idea of what open science, what is it called? Open source, you know, then they can just sit there with their ingredients and their recipe. They can just sit there with their recipe and look at us starve and look at us die. And that's it. So the ability for us to be able to manufacture our own innovations or produce our own innovations also speaks to sovereignty. It also speaks to being able to be independent, right? And not rely on external beings. Of course, there's no harm in being able to share innovations across borders. That's how it should be, right? So if we have a great innovation that can help the whole continent, we should share in it, right? And that should be, I don't think, greed, okay, ngoba it sounds deep and emotion, you have a neck, but there shouldn't be greed when it comes to science, because it ought to help us all as humanity. So those are some of the issues that the Deputy Speaker spoke to. Inclusivity. How can we use innovation to create more inclusive societies, right? I'm going to hand over then to, what do you guys call them? Goats. The greatest of all times of the sector. I mean, a Deputy Speaker, we're just speaking from what we think we know. But these are people who are in the sector, who are doing work around innovation. We have the CSIR, and that will be led by Prof. Luzango Mfupe, as well as Dr. Lihlono Lidwaba. She looks quite young, and she's Black, and she's a woman, and she's a doctor. And you know what I'm saying? Let's give her a round of applause. Prof, Mpupe, nothing against you, yeah, but it's just Malibongwe vibes, Mbogoto vibes, you know. So we're gonna have them come up, and immediately after that will be Mr. Krapi from TIA, and you each colleagues have, the two colleagues from CSIR, you have 30 minutes, and then the colleagues from TIA, you have 15 minutes. Shame, and you guys have such a huge team with you. Maybe we'll make it 20. We'll see how we navigate that, or maybe CSIR will take less time so that, you know, you'll share amongst yourselves. And it really, DM Manamela, excites me that, you know, both these entities are doing such great work around supporting the commercialization of innovation. And when we say commercialization of innovation, does anyone understand what I'm saying? When I say the commercialization of innovation, do you know what I'm saying? No, not really. Do you want to try? Remember, no one's wrong in this room.
Is it where you collaborate with others in a certain way?
Definitely in the commercialization of innovation, there would be collaboration, yes. Okay, we're almost there, but not there yet. Any other hand? When we say we're commercializing innovation, when we say supporting the commercialization of innovation, okay?
Is it when you are making it more available? Like when you're making it more broad, I mean, like making it more available to everyone, make it, let's say everyone wants to, like, it's kind of like advertising it, making people more aware of innovation.
Okay, definitely another element of the process of commercializing innovation. One last one, Malibongwe also, can we have a young woman come through? Anyway, okay, I'm gonna go to the elders. Ooh, these ones from CPUT, they arrived yesterday, now they want to put their hands up. Mangangan, I'll go to you. You see, this is where the intergenerational nature of our room is. So I'm gonna hand over to someone who's a bit older than us, and he probably will be able to help us with the idea of what we speak about when we say we are commercializing innovation.
Yeah, hi everyone. My name is Senzo, and in my view, I believe when we speak about commercializing innovation, we talk about taking the ideas to market. So it's no longer just like an idea sitting in someone's mind, but now we're taking these ideas and making them realities and putting them out there to the market, so people, the end consumer, can interact with the idea or buy the idea as a finished product. Yeah.
Okay, me and you, we understand each other. What's the market? Who's the end user? Okay, the lady next to you. You dropped your mic. That immediately told me you're ready to speak. So can you break down what he said in a way that we can all understand?
Okay, innovation in the sense that what in academia, you're in academia and you're probably going to get into university, there will be like research and you're innovating, but you're not yet in the market. Whatever you're innovating in that space is not yet in the market. So what the research and commercializing.
What's the market?
The market is the people, the end user.
Who's the end user?
The end user being the customer, like the people who are going to buy, like a cell phone. If the people are going to be talking on the phone, who are going to be using it, yeah, that's the end market.
Do you guys get it? The lady in the Afro, you just said yes. So can you, don't look back. Can you explain what they both said? Can you re-explain it? So when we say we want to commercialize an innovation, what do we mean?
Oh, I believe that she means that when we are talking about commercializing the innovation, it means that putting the things that were the idea into work and putting them out there for people to have access to them and buy them and use them for the idea that the person invented or the idea that the person had in mind.
Cool. So you could, yes, round of applause for everybody. So you guys get it? So there's also economics and business studies in this, science thing that we're doing, right? So TIA can even help you with that. CSIR even helps you with that. So they help you to say, okay, here's a cell phone. How do I put it together? How do I put this technologically or scientifically? How do I put this cell phone together for it to be responsive to these IRs that we're moving into, right? Because the Nokia 3310 and the BlackBerry and the iPhone or the Huawei that we're using now is not the same, right? So so they need to be able to help you to make sure that, what do you call them? These systems in the phone, the applications and, all of that IT that goes into it is advanced, right? To respond to the market, what the market wants. You can't be developing a phone with the apps, the BlackBerry when we are now here, right? So TIA can help you with that as well. CSIR can also help you to make sure that the product is durable. So people can innovate things, but how far do they go? Are we able to see if, in terms of the market receiving it, is it market ready? How do we protect it from risk? So if someone says, no, I want this thing, I want to make money. How do we help them with that journey, right? But some innovations will help governments, right? So that the market in that regard would be who? Would be governments. From a security perspective, from a health perspective, the health sector perspective, vaccinations, for example, right? So that's what we speak about when we speak about, that's what we mean when we speak about the commercialization of innovation, but we're all together. Okay, yes? Yes. Okay, it doesn't help for us to have conversations, but all of you leave here confused. Then we didn't achieve what we wanted to achieve, right? So we'll keep on moving together. So the CSIR guys, they're doing a lot of work in terms of supporting young innovators, as well as TIA. And really, we must be honest, DM, that in the recent APPs, we were really excited to see some of the targets that you have that can ensure that if a ugogo umakhulu waseXesi in the Eastern Cape has an innovation, we would say that is at a grassroots level. That gogo needs to be supported because that innovation of hers can help with employment, can help with dealing with inequality and poverty in that community of hers. But there's also an innovation that someone from CPUT could come with. And at CPUT, Mr. Krapi, I hope we have one of those learning stations, technology stations. We should have a technology station at CPUT, if I'm not mistaken, where young people at the university can get access to support from TIA and other entities of the DSI for them to be able to commercialize their innovations or just to get their innovations off the ground. And that's why we also have a call as the committee that we should have these stations in TVET colleges as well. Because do you think it's Dr. Lidwaba? I'm not sure what you studied, but I went to Wits University and they didn't teach me how to put anything together. They only taught me how to conceptualize and theorize and. But at TVET colleges, they teach you how to literally build this podium. They teach you how to put together this mic. They teach you what wires need to go together to operate this microphone. They'll teach you how to weld. There's massive infrastructure in the Northern Cape where we have the Southern African largest telescope. Do you guys know about it? Yes? Who said yes? No, please don't be shy, because if you do know about it, then I'm going to be really, really excited and you would have made my day. You know about salt? Who knows about salt? You know about salt. Don't be shy. You know about it? Do you want to share what it is? Does anyone want to share what it is? Yes, sir.
I'm actually from a town quite close to Sutherland called Calvinia, so that's why I know exactly what SALT is, and I've been there a couple of times in Sutherland, which is, instead of being really cold, it's also a center for astronomical observation. And then also in the Northern Cape, the SKA, which is SCAR, which is a array that is used to understand infrared radiation. And they basically say that they can understand the origin of the universe by studying these infrared rays using this telescope. But then a telescope can also be different things, because SALT is a visual telescope, but then the SCAR is something that uses infrared rays in the radiation and studies dark matter and so forth. So yeah, that's what I know about that.
So where do you see the TVET student fitting in the infrastructure that we find at SKA and at SALT? So basically, guys, it's telescopes. The one is a radio telescope, the one is an optical telescope. And so as South Africa, we host the largest optical telescope in Southern Africa. It's huge. It's got glasses that like apparently cost millions and millions. Like you can't just wake up and start playing with that thing. It's just impossible. So what do you see where do you see the TVET students getting involved in something like that?
Well, obviously, at some point, there are certain things that need to be built and be put together. You just open your eyes up, mix water and sugar, and there it is. No, it has actually have to be built, and some people have to have the qualifications and the know-how, for instance, to build the large mirrors to put into SALT. They don't come out of nowhere. And so at some point, somebody had to have the expertise at first hand and had to know how to teach it to people and give them the necessary skills to do this. So yeah, it will come into that.
Thank you. Can we give him a round of applause? So as you sit here and think about your future as a young innovator, please don't only think about universities and you going to CPUT or Stellenbosch or UCT. Also think about yourselves going to Northlink and the various TVET colleges we have in the country, so that you can see yourself building not only a telescope or being part of a team that will build maybe the second largest telescope in the world, maybe, but also seeing yourself maybe building a satellite. South Africa, you guys know NASA. What's the South African equivalent of NASA? Someone said SALT, no. What's the equivalent of what is our NASA? I want to try here a little bit. Anyone got it? No? It really frustrates me, DM, that young people in this country, Deputy Speaker, they walk around the whole country wearing hoodies, caps, jerseys, you name it, written NASA, when we have our very own. And now I have to hand over to the old people in the room. Ma'am, you can go ahead.
SANSA, South African National Space Agency.
Did you guys know look at her face. Where's the camera? The camera is sleeping. You should have seen her face. Her face was like, oh my God. Yes, we have our own space agency. How does that make you feel? Can you grab the mic?
I knew we had one, but I never knew the name of it. And I've heard it so many times. So actually hearing what it means now makes me realize that it actually is a space station and not just.
Do you have interest in space?
I used to have a lot of interest in space, and then I went more to like the chemistry and stuff, and less than like the physical side of science.
Well, we do have our own NASA. It's the South African National Space Agency, SANSA, right? And they do really amazing work. We have our own satellites that we've released. We've got Sumbandira that we've released. We don't have capacity to build our own rockets at the moment, but we're working on it, okay? Like we're working on it. And if more of you go and study mechanical engineering and so on and so forth, you guys could actually be part of the team that can finally get us a rocket so that we take our own satellites into space. From a security perspective, you get that, right? Like it's our information, you understand? Not that we don't trust others who have been launching for us. I'm not saying that at all, but we should have the capacity to build our own rockets, our own satellites. And I'm sure many of you want to be part of that. No? Yes? This is really cool. So if you go to a TVET college, you can literally learn so much about how you could put together that satellite, because there's like lots of pieces, like a nuts and bolt. Do you, okay, we're the boys. A bolt. Okay, why did I do that? No, oh, I'm so sorry. Can we just rewind what I just said? Where are the boys? Let's just rewind all of that. So the bolt, yes, we see a bolt and the nut. It's like a screw, basically, right? Your dirty minds, right? So, like, how does that come together? No, the actual bolt and the nut. Hmm?
There's like little circle stuff that makes it hold together. And that's, yeah. Some
There's little lines that is made around the bolt which connects inside the nut.
Okay, cool. So how are those little lines made?
it's like little grips. So there's a like a how can I say it? Like a red laser that like they cut it through. Like there's a laser that cuts it like to make those little grip stuff.
DM, I hope you're listening in, because you see, the deputy minister is a product of a TVET college. But you're right, it's powder apparently, if I'm not mistaken, and the scientists in the room can help me. But apparently the bolt and the nut put together through a powder, and then there is some lasers. It's complicated. It doesn't come like that. That's my point. There's no way where you can just find the nut and bolt delivered by the creator of the universe just looking like that. It is created by someone. And when it's part of a satellite, it's not just there because this thing must go to space. It's not like it's here on Earth where, no, this thing must defy gravity, must stay up there. So I can only imagine the calculation that goes into making sure that whatever powder, whatever in that bolt, in this little piece, is accurate for it to sustain whatever pressures are in space. Does that not sound exciting? No? It sounds complicated. But I think, so you can't take it for granted. No, right? Because we tend to take such things for granted that, no, but it's just the nut and bolt. No, there's a whole science that goes into it. And I would love to see many of you being part of that. And one place where you can learn a whole lot of that is definitely in our TVET colleges. So with that being said, I'm not going to come up again between the team from CSIR and the team from TIA. So I trust in colleagues to be able to share their time. I think together your time is 45 minutes. So I trust in the team to be able to share their time accordingly. So I'm going to hand over to Prof. Luzango Mfupe, Dr. Lihlo Lidwaba, and Mr. Patrick Krapi from the CSIR and TIA. Mr. Patrick Krapi is the CEO, the Chief Executive Officer of TIA, a well-performing entity of the Department of Science and Innovation, and he is accompanied by a number of innovators that are supported by the agency or by the entity, and he will introduce them to yourself. So let's give Prof here and Doctor a round of applause as they come on stage. You want to sit there? Come here.
Morning, everybody. All right, we are from the CSIR, that stands for the Council for Scientific and Industrial Research. Before we begin, I want to ask you, we are dealing with innovations today. Can someone tell me what are some really big South African inventions?
The first successful hot transplant happened in South Africa.
Another one? Where? I can't see. I'm short, so you need to raise your hand high. Any other South African invention that you know of?
It's probably not an invention, but Elon Musk was born in South Africa.
That's true. That's true. Anyone else know of any other inventions that were made in South Africa? Yes.
Hello,
It's more for innovation. Ubuntu. I don't know if they know what. No, not the Ubuntu as in like morals. I'm talking about Ubuntu, the software.
Anyone else? Has anyone heard of a CAT scan? That was invented in you, you guys are so shocked. I love it. That was invented here in South Africa. Anyone heard of a creepy crawly? That's a South African invention. Has anyone seen the latest generation of needles where as soon as they inject you, the needle goes inside, the safety needles? Those were invented in South Africa. You guys don't know about our inventions. That's a problem. And clearly, us as scientists, we aren't doing a good job of communicating the science that is happening in South Africa.
I just want to interrupt this one. There's an invention of sorts that is very interesting. A guy from Limpopo, you must know him. You worked with you there. Designed a satellite that could distinguish between Milis and Daha plant. Now, the two go together because the Milis hides the Daha. So the one guy who heard, they said, sell out. Or else, in other words, he was revealing the secret of those who plant this thing illegally. But yeah, sorry.
Thank you. So at CSRR, we are looking to create inventions, innovations that are for the good of South Africa, and not just as a country, for the individuals in South Africa. So that's our mandate as an organization. I come from a research group called the Advanced Internet of Things. Anyone know what the Internet of Things are? Anyone can take a guess. Who has a cell phone? Can your cell phone connect to a network? That is part of the Internet of Things. The Internet of Things is anything that can connect to a network and share information. So that's where we're doing work. And it's one of the disruptive technologies that we're seeing coming up within the fourth industrial revolution. Other technologies that we're seeing, artificial intelligence, ChatGPT. Yeah, I know you guys know, but you won't say because then your homework.
ChatGPT is an AI that helps for people to learn more about their health issues. So someone can write a query about anything they want to know about health, and then to give you an accurate answer.
Definitely, but it makes healthcare more accessible. And that's what we're seeing with the fourth industrial revolution. These technologies are coming up, disrupting the way we are currently doing things and making things more accessible. So at the CSRR, we have a number of projects that we're working on to make lives for South Africans easier. These are homegrown projects, and this is to try and stop us from importing solutions when we can design and manufacture them locally ourselves. We've got solutions that go in the mining space to try and make our mines safer for our miners and detect an event called fall of ground. basically where the mine ceiling, it's not called a ceiling, but the ceiling is about to collapse, which is one of the leading causes of injury and death in our mines. So we've got technologies coming up looking at that. We're looking at technologies where we can trade energy with each other. Renewable energy, solar, wind, hydro. If you've got too much and your neighbor doesn't have enough, you can trade energy between you, maintain a good balance of energy. We've got a project coming up like that. We're looking at electronic monitoring. People who are in our current judicial system, our correctional facilities, they're crowded. So we need a solution where people who are not likely to reoffend, but who need some sort of monitoring, electronic monitoring solutions, those are being developed at the CSRR. So there are many, many solutions that are coming through CSRR, local homegrown solutions to try and make our current status quo a little bit better. And the CSRR has a lot of opportunities as well, supporting people who are wanting to go into science, technology, engineering. They have a bursary system. 2024 has just opened, and they support you all the way from undergrad up through to PhD level. If you want to go into postgraduate studies, there's a program called a studentship, where you are essentially hired to do your postgraduate degree. I myself was on a studentship and then ended up employed with the CSRR. There are internships where you come into CSRR campus in Pretoria and work on the real life projects that we are currently working on, where your work forms part of the work that we do in that project. We integrate it and carry it forward as part of that project. So there are many solutions supporting young people, especially at the university level and beyond. And CSRR wants to keep their young people. As soon as we support you, we look for ways to retain you. So you could have employment after that. But if research is not your way to go, CSRR doesn't manufacture. So we need entrepreneurs to take our innovations, manufacture them, create businesses, and distribute it to the wider market in South Africa. And that could be you. It doesn't necessarily have to be you in the lab designing. You could be the one out there manufacturing, producing, distributing, exporting, because we want to take our solutions to the continent, to the global economy. So that's a little bit of what we do at CSRR. Now my colleague is going to take over and talk about a little bit of the problems that we're seeing in 4IR and the widening gap that unfortunately we're seeing as a result of the economic situations that we have in South Africa.
Thank you, Doctor. Okay, how many of you are doing STEM? Science, technology, engineering, mathematics. What are you doing at school?
Pure maths, physics, life science, CAT.
Good. You, sir?
Physics, life science, life orientation, jogs, most of those.
Gentleman in the corner? Yes. Yourself? What are you doing at school? Which subjects?
So we are grade 9, so we haven't chosen our subjects yet.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
The back. Which subjects are you doing? Yes?
Oh,
Come on
I'm
now.
doing pure maths, physics, life science, and agricultural sciences.
Okay, great. Anyone doing commerce or social subjects? Okay. All right, and gentlemen, which subject are you doing? Huh? Oh, okay. Okay, so the reason why I'm asking you, as Honorable Deputy Speaker and the Chair mentioned, when we enter the age of 4IR, we are entering the age where it's not just about science and technology and mathematics, because you heard about commercialization. What does that mean? You answered it very well, taking the product to the market, right? But when you talk about 4IR, again, you are training machines, right? You want the machines to do some work, repetitive work that you have been doing. Now you want that knowledge to go to the machines so that they can do it on your behalf to improve your life, right? So how do you train the machine to behave like you? That's where another dimension comes in, which is from the social science dimension. So it's not about being a very good mathematician who is going to tell the machine to teach it to have emotions, for example. So it is all inclusive. It's not about being good in STEM, which is fine. How do you take it to the market? So you need to have some skills in entrepreneurship. So that you can take the product to the market, not just leaving it at the shelves at CSAR, like what have been happening. Products are there, but they don't go out because maybe we don't bring entrepreneurship among our youth. So this 4IR subject is very wide, Maybe if I can ask you, we are in 4IR or we are entering 4IR. What are other IRs before this one? Which are they? Anyone of you? Can you tell me what was the first one? Which one? What was it all about? Yes, go on.
I think the third, before the fourth, it was the third.
Okay, start with the first one. Let's go in that order.
The first, I actually only remember the fourth, like what.
All right, the one that you know.
The third was like when we were using like machines and stuff, like the trains back in the days, they didn't have like they used to use coil and stuff in order to move. They used to use coil,
yes.
Yeah, I know that, like machines like that.
Mm-hmm.
So that's, yeah, like steam engines and stuff. That's like the third industrial revolution.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Okay,
great. Yes.
I also know of one, but I'm not sure which revolution it was. I'm not sure which revolution it was, but they used to have this. It was like a go around thingy where they have to push it to produce electricity.
Great.
I'm also not sure about which industrial revolution this was, but when the introduction of gears, when they first started using gears to move machinery to make things easy, and when the first clocks were made, something like that, machinery like that.
Don't be shy, just. Anyone else who can tell us the revolutions in that order?
The first one was coal, mechanical. Then we move on to electricity, electrical, where we're now moving on to the digital era of the 4AR. Am I missing one?
Yeah. Educators. From CPUT. All right, I think you have tried and yeah, you got it, but maybe to bring it into context for you to appreciate it. So as a human being, you know, we are coming from the Stone Ages, yeah? Back in the days when our ancestors were cutting things using stones. So that was pre-industrial revolutions, where we were just using more of our energies trying to hunt, gather, you know, getting Stone Age. We can call it zero. Yeah? From there, we moved to the first one, right? So what was the first one? It was the time when we started having steam engines, right? You mentioned steam engine coal. Yes, at that stage, so the energy was generated by steam, and we were trying to manufacture goods, but very rudimental type of goods. Then we moved from the steam engines to the second generation of industrial revolution, which was more into electricity. So we started having electricity, and we improved the way we do production. We started mass production of goods, vehicles. That was around 18th century, right? Then from that, we went to the third one, where now we started to use digital technologies, digitizing the way we do things, using robots, the first early robots in manufacturing. And now we are entering the fourth one, where now it's not just a succession of the previous ones, but it's bringing another new dimension, you know, because we are entering the age we call cyber physical, where man and machine interact almost. I think you have watched some of the Arnold Schwarzenegger movies, where you have a man and a machine, a Terminator, yeah. So we are entering that with the help of AI, IoT, as my colleague mentioned. So with that, we are improving productivity, right? From agriculture, now we want to produce more. You want to reduce post-harvest losses, right? So if you're a farmer using 4IR technologies, you'll be able to detect areas of a farm using sensors which are connected to the IoT and communication network toward the data center or a place where the extension workers sit, collect the data in the farm, checking the soil acidity, if there's enough water and all things, and analyze, make a decision, should I go there and switch on the pumps automatically, or should I put some pesticides, all those kind of things which we used to do by going there physically with the machines. But again, after we harvest, we store our crop somewhere before we go to the market. There's a problem called post-harvest losses, where maybe due to humidity in the storage, our products get damaged. But with IoT, AI, we can check that at this temperature level, our products have to be taken, otherwise we have to throw it. So everything's becoming automated in that manner. But that is just on the agriculture. In healthcare, how do we check our elderly? Using sensors, that's IoT, machine learning, processing the data. For example, using your cell phone, you can check your granny at home on a machine, get information if she's sick, if she's not sick, should we call the doctor immediately? So those are the applications of 4IR. Maybe to take you back now, why are we talking about this? There's a philosopher called Aristotle from Greece, who you're talking about what is the biggest achievement of man in this planet. He said, just in pursuit of happiness. We just want to be happy. Living happy, then you're fine. But if you can contextualize that, today the life that we are living, we are looking at many areas of development, which you can find them in our national development plan. We need to have better access to better quality education, shelter, food, and many other things. So how do we use now these 4IR technologies to improve production of food, your education? You mentioned about studying from home during the COVID period, right? If it was not these technologies, we're just going to be sitting at home and hoping that COVID will end one day and go back to school. But using the technologies, communication technologies, all those platforms which allow you to learn, the learning management systems, you could still access education. So you are not left alone. So you can go on and on. Now to bring you now back to what we do at the CSAR, we have different clusters, almost 9, which are dealing with these problems. As my colleague mentioned, we have a cluster which is dealing with food production, advanced techniques, food production. So we utilize the 4IR technologies just to realize the goal of making sure that there is food security, peace and security, mining, as she mentioned. So there's a variety of areas we researchers are doing, developing technologies, and we do commercialization, as the Honorable Chair mentioned, commercialization. So we have a number of support programs, just to give you one of them. And I'm glad my Ocean View learners and educators are here. At Ocean View, for example, during the COVID period, one of the technology that we were supported by Technology Innovation Agency, TIA, was how we can find a way to enable rural and township communities to have access to broadband. So one of the technology we developed actually enabled a small and medium enterprises operator or a community network to provide broadband communication affordably in rural areas or township areas. And the priority is to connect schools so that you could go to, you can still access your school material, interact with your teachers during COVID. And that technology, we actually now commercializing it by supporting small and medium enterprises which are owned by youth, women, and persons with disability. As we speak, one of the sites is at Ocean View community here, but across 5 provinces in the country, various SMMEs are benefiting and connecting communities. A number of schools are connected, which now bridge that divide. Because as the chair, Honorable Chair mentioned earlier, one of the challenge in these 4 IR or IRs is the divide. If you don't have good access to connectivity, then how are you going to use smart agriculture or e-health? All these fancy 4IR technologies, you need broadband, universal, affordable broadband communication. Otherwise, then you'll have those who have access to that, maybe in urban areas, benefiting, then we'll leave behind our fellow countrymen in rural and township areas who can't who don't have access and connected, or have access, but they can't afford the cost of data or the device. But also, there are some of those who have all access to all of these things, but there's an issue of digital literacy. So if I'm ask you, gentlemen, when you have access to a smartphone, what do you do with it?
Like the first thing I do, I go online to either check Facebook or to work and research on it. That's the first thing I do.
Yeah, that's great. What do you do with your smartphone?
I just play games with my smartphone. That's it. That's it.
Cool. Okay, so maybe through playing games, you might be able to learn something, because games, some games actually they can make you become innovative, and or you can monetize the games and maybe sell something through that. It is cool, but don't play too many games. What do you do with your phone?
I connect with friends, like with family, relatives, and also like do my studies with my phone sometimes. Yeah, that's all. And also go on social media, of course.
All right, great. Okay, so maybe if we recap what I've just said, okay, do we now understand the 4 IRs, the revolutions from the first one to the where we are now? We do?
I just also want to add something as far as 4IR is concerned, is that it also advances human capability, where blind people are also going to be able to see with, like brain microchips and being able to walk. There's just a lot of things in terms of just human capability, that the beginning of being able to advance ourselves. Some people call it transhuman, from, basic human to being a transhuman. So yeah, I feel like you left that out as far as advancing human capabilities.
Yeah, definitely. Okay, so again, if I pose a question to learners, so what would you like 4IR to do for you in terms of your schooling education? What do you want it to do for you?
For me, right? I would like maybe they develop like a chip or something that will help you remember everything you had taught in class. Yeah, especially in exam times. Yeah.
Okay.
And also load all the information from the book straight from the book to your mind. Yeah.
Okay, so you heard about the chat GP? Yeah. So there are those kind of new applications of 4IR like that one, which can help you if you're an author. You just say, I want my book to have these chapters. Then it will just go there, search, look at the data, and make a first draft of your book. But what are the dangers again? So if you're a learner now and you're using this app to do everything for you, will you be able to learn still effectively? Huh?
One thing I also want not having to carry so much books to do all that, just one device where we do all our schoolwork instead of having to work with so many books with sometimes useless information to learn.
Okay, that's great. Anyone else? Yes, sir.
It limits your way of thinking, the authenticity, and I think also it's very dangerous just to be relying on OWL, because of in academia, the research that you're doing, it's something that you have read and you should be able to understand. But if you're going to be putting those questions or you want to be using it as a point of reference, I don't think you'll be able to learn anything that you will be researching and so forth.
I agree. I saw a hand somewhere before you. Yes.
Well, on the positive side, I would love it to revolutionize education because in South Africa, we know the quality education that we receive is not like equal. Someone from in the Eastern Cape cannot like reasonably get the same quality education as someone who goes to Rondebosch High. So if we could have like scalable solutions that are brought by AI, and then someone can get like the type of quality education as the kid who could be like learning from Europe that could, like it could level the playing fields since like on the positive side of it. Yep. Thanks.
Okay.
Sorry, but I just want to add one more thing. I just want to add that for our help children who learn in different ways, instead of putting children in one group, explain them to know how to learn in that certain type, but to help children learn in their certain way so they can efficiently learn and actually use that information to their own benefit.
Okay, great. Okay, so another question to the learners. Maybe educators can also help. Do you have, all of you, do you have labs at school? You are doing technical studies, some of you, computer. So which type of labs do you have? Only computer labs? Okay. Okay, so would you like to have AI enabled application or 4IR application that will make you access to, like what the gentleman down there said, to a lab that you don't have at school? So I'm talking about an application using immersive virtual reality in AI, which, those glasses you wear, then they'll bring you a lab that you don't have. You wish to have this lab, which you see in the US in some of the cool school there, but maybe at school you don't have, to make you learn more about new things without having a physical lab at the school. So this, when we talk improving the quality of education using 4IR, those are some of the benefits of this type of applications. Virtual reality, AI, connectivity, IoT, put together. You can go to school without a lab or minimal, a small lab, and be able to gain some of the benefits that others are having and you are lacking. So in doing so, even those that are left behind, like in the rural communities, down there, nobody in Limpopo, where maybe they don't have enough equipment or books, they can have access to a quality education. So that's just one of the examples. Yes, go ahead.
So I would say in schools, I don't think we would need like technology, like for my side, like if we use technology in school, it will make our brains so lazy that we won't be able to think for ourselves anymore and to rely on technology. And like our brain is supposed to think for itself, and we're supposed to make ourselves maybe move. For example, in school, they will teach you maybe like in life orientation, they'll teach you like physical exercises and all those things. Like, for example, you are walking in a road and they throw something at you, like you need to have like an ability maybe to dodge the balls or whatever thrown at you. So like the brain needs to have like to be able to move and to think. So like I think with technology, I think that's gonna be limiting ourselves to thinking like outside the box.
That's another school of thought. Yes, sir.
Hello, sir. You referred earlier to Terminator and Arnold Schwarzenegger. Yes. So there's a concept or theoretical concept called the singularity, where we reach a point that technology surpasses our human capability of thinking. Now, I'm mentioning this because you reference a science fiction movie as well. Maybe at some point, which could be a danger, we reach a space where technology evolves beyond our capacity and they start controlling us instead of we actually controlling them. But years ago, there was a scientist called Isaac Asimov, and he set up rules governing how far AI and robots can exist or coexist with human beings in society. So, in conclusion, I think we need to embrace technology, but if we really think far, I mean, to say 100 years ago, a person with a horse-drawn carriage would think, how can you ever have a car with a battery or even a internal combustion engine? That would have been science fiction to them. So imagine in 200 years, what type of science fiction, or then it would be reality. And then they would be looking to the future as well, to what will be the next 200 years. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you for the contribution. We are running out of time. I see the Honorable Chair coming to me with a piece of paper. Maybe just the last, you wanted to talk before we conclude.
Just
yeah?
one more on the equality of education and how AI can benefit and make equality education for everyone accessible. If we look at AI generated LMS, not just on a provincial but on a national level, can personalize learning according to the learner's capabilities. Through that, there's a lot of things, augmented reality. Simulations, if we take a kid sitting in whatever rural area, developing technical skills, like not having a physical lab or tools, but working with a simulator. There's been proven that working on a simulator can just be as effective, even more, than working actually physically with that mechanical device. That's just in short. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Maybe, okay. Okay, thank you very much for this wonderful engagement. And Honorable Minister of Education, there? We forgot your title already.
No, it's not that. The sir really said what I wanted to say. I just wanted to include the fact that how technology takes over so much that it causes like a major project of unemployment where the machine does more work than what the normal person used to do. Like that's where my part also comes in.
Yes, maybe due to
Thank you very much.
time limitation. Maybe we can continue discussing while the...
No problem.
Yeah.
Thank you very much.
Yes, madam. Switch on the mic.
Sorry, wonderful to be here with young people's interaction. This is a very important topic, but it is coupled also with code of ethics. And I think this must be brought into, and not forgetting the human capacity. You can have all the labs in the world, but you need to have the teacher. And that we mustn't forget in the development. And the second factor is, we just spoke about innovators. You're the new innovators. And one of the things with innovators is also about persons with disabilities. And that is what I want to throw out to the learners. How are you going to make positive contributors as entrepreneurs using the skills and tools that's been given to you with a code of ethics to change the world around you? Thank you.
Thank you very much. That is very important. The issue of ethics in AI. How do we regulate that AI doesn't take over, like what Mr. said? Also, how do we ethically use these applications, not to harm others, not to bully others, not to act as if we are God, or let the machine control us? So that's another very important topic of discussion, but I'll hand over to the Honorable Chair. Then we can continue discussion while we are sitting over there. Thank you very much.
Colleagues from the CSIR, another round of applause. I hope you guys enjoyed their presentation and it sounded like you were really engaged. We're gonna take a body break. So for the restroom, there's also snacks, just a light sandwich outside. So you just can grab yourself a sandwich and tea. Please keep this room very clean. This is an Augusta, the Be August house. Right? So please we're not allowed to eat in here as members of parliament. All we do in here is drink water. So please keep it clean, and then we'll be back. We'll be back in 10 minutes. I don't know if Mr. Klaas is still here, but the bell's not here because usually there's a bell that rings that tells us that we must come back into the house. But just a 10-minute break quickly. There's tea and sandwiches here and the restroom, of course. Thank you. All right, let's all settle down, please. I wish colleagues from Parliament could help me get the bell from Mr. Klaso and his team, because I had to literally go fetch you all one by one. Okay, let's settle down, please. Cool. I've seen a number of empty water bottles on the tables. Can we all, no worries. Can we all please, if you have a, okay, I'm gonna do this actually. Sir, meneer, can you please get up? Can you please take a walk down this aisle and check for empty water bottles and try and find a dustbin towards the end? Okay, can you do that as well, please, sir? Can you do that, please, ma'am? And yourself, please, ma'am? Just walk down this way and check for empty water bottles and throw them away. You didn't get water. Can you please get water for your row at the back there? Okay, can the same thing happen this side, my good sir? You too, my good sir. So when you go and put the water bottles away, there's water there. Can you come back with the water for your row? Shame, we usually have a team in Parliament that brings us water. So here, everyone gets to experience how it is now to be in Parliament. Okay. Sir, could you kindly do the same for your row? Ms. Govender, can you do the same for your row, please? Make sure everyone has water. Where there's an empty water bottle, please have it thrown away. Okay, does everyone have water now? Yes, no? On this side. Mr. Shabalal, do you have water? Okay. Kenny Barrel, Nalimit. Dr. Paul, you have water? Okay. Okay. Okay, I think we're all sorted now. If we can please settle down. So you have a number of goodies there with you. You have a puzzle from the Parliamentary Education Office and Public Relations Office. It's basically reminding us of our constitution, or rather the vision and the values of Parliament. And then, and this is a nice it's a magnet, so you just put it on the fridge. And hopefully members of your family will actually read what is on it. I'm hearing murmurings. Thank you. And then we also have the Constitution, a little pocket book of the Constitution. Thank you very much to the Department of Justice for that booklet. And then, of course, you've received a number of other information booklets from the CSIR and TIA, if I'm not mistaken. Am I leaving any other entity out there? No. Oh, you also have this really nice booklet, the Know Your Constitution, oh, you and the Constitution. That's also a very nice, can we see it? That's also a very nice booklet that takes you through the Constitution, but in a very interactive way. And I think it just makes it less intimidating, because I think when it's just a whole lot of words, sometimes it can feel like it's something that you can't relate to, but you actually can. So I think, don't throw it away, guys. I really think it's something, people just take these booklets and then they put them somewhere and they gather dust. So please make sure that you do use it, particularly as you become more active participants of our democracy. There are ways in which you can influence the democracy of which you live within, through petitions, through making submissions. Right now, we have what is called the Basic Education Laws Amendment Bill, the Bella Bill. I really think young people like yourselves who are going through the institution itself of basic education should be making submissions on that through maybe your SRCs, or if some of you maybe affiliate with COSAS, the Congress of South African Students, which basically represents learners, and any other body. I think maybe some of you are even equal education activists, maybe. So please do make submissions on the laws that we are amending in basic education. And this booklet is also a helping aid or an aid in being able to know exactly how and for what reason some of these amendments should be made. So please make use of this. And then of course you all got a beanie, not a beanie, a bucket hat, ispoti. Yeah, you all got ispoti from Tia, and thank you very much to Tia for that. Okay, cool. It was like an ad break. You know, you have to make, you know, during an ad break on radio, you have to like, yeah, pay the bills. So I felt like I was paying the bills for a second there. Did I leave anything out? What did I leave out? I didn't. Oh, no, there's enough for everyone. There's okay, nabantu abadala. Okay, also the old people. Cool. Okay. We will start with the youngsters. So we'll make sure that all the youngsters have the bucket hats from Tia. There was a colleague who was handing them out, and we said that others will get them after this session because we had to start. So definitely, I know that you guys will get them. Okay, everyone's fine. Cool. I'm going to hand over now to Mr. Krapi, the CEO of TIA, to then take us through their presentation and also introduce us to the various innovators that TIA supports. And then we'll go to Mr. Jonathan Frias. I hope I'm pronouncing your surname correctly. He's the Deputy Chief Education Specialist responsible for coding and robotics at the Western Cape Education Department. And then we have the coolest, the freshest Deputy Minister, Butima Namela, of Higher Education, Science and Innovation. And then most importantly, we'll end with you sharing your innovations with us. I know the Deputy Speaker was like, I think we should have started with their innovations. So he's really looking forward to seeing the kind of innovations that you have for us here. So over to you, Mr. Krapi. Let's give him a round of applause.
All right, thanks. Good morning, everybody. You all had coffee. You can't just agree and say like that. I need to feel that you are up and awake. You came out of a break right now. Good morning, everybody. There you go. It sounds better. It sounds better. I was listening to you guys sharing a lot of your thoughts with my colleagues from the CSIR about how you understand 4IR, and a lot of the answers were correct. And so for me, it was quite interesting just listening to all of that. The Deputy Speaker spoke this morning, Mr. Honorable Lechisa Tenudi. This is the gentleman who always do order in the house. You remember him, right? Always remember when you see him, remember that. And then we have our Deputy Minister here. I'm always happy to, serve under the Ministry of Science and Technology. They said he's the coolest. Deputy Minister Butima Namela. So he always takes a lot of interest in youth issues. And so I think, Chair, I think that's, thanks very much for, giving us the opportunity. And I'm happy I'm talking after my colleagues from the CSIR, who were able to take you through the process of understanding what 4IR is about. But what is important for me, I'm going to try and see if in application terms, we understand how we're going to be doing this. But I've got a few questions for you guys from school, just by show of hands. Who of you have people or have got people at home who are sick? Simple question. It's not a trick question, simple. Who of you have people who are sick at home as of today and yesterday? Okay, a few. Who of you at home have got people who don't have jobs? Uncles, brothers, sisters, and so on. Okay, it's a big number enough. And so who of you have got siblings, cousins who are not at school because they can't afford to today? Oh, you guys are lucky. So people are at school, your cousins and everybody else, and they can afford it. Okay, but you all know that there are others who can't afford it throughout the country, right? And then who of you has not been in their home affected by load shedding in the last month? Load shedding. Guys, these are not trick questions. It's straightforward, quick answer. Have not been affected by load shedding. So you've got solar energy and so on. So your lights have been on throughout the last 2 months. Guys, these are not trick questions, that is. Who of you have not been affected in your home by load shedding? Have you had your lights on throughout the last 2 months and they never went off because of load shedding? Okay, cool. All right. I'm asking these questions, guys, because you all know that we have a lot of interesting challenges in this country, right? Of unemployment, of people who are talking access to education, unequal access to education, and sometimes lack of access to education. Issues around health that we need to overcome and all of that. So you understand all of that. And you spoke at length earlier on about artificial intelligence and how you understand these innovations. But who do you think is going to be solving these problems for us? Who should? It's us. Okay, it's a good start. So that's the answer I was looking for. Just to make sure that when we say we want solutions of this nature, we want solutions of this nature, it must not be that we want solutions of this nature. It is us who should commit to develop those solutions by ourselves. That is important distinction. And as young people in this country, we count on you guys to be the ones who are able to develop those solutions and not want them. That's very, very important for me. Just remember that. And so it is for you to gear yourselves up today to be the ones who develop those solutions today and into the future. So one of the things that I thought I will share with you, for me that is important, we'll talk about here after. In many countries that I've seen succeed, because I do travel around the world a bit, and of course in my own readings and studies in the past, South Korea, these are successful countries that have done well in the past. These are countries that have been able to mobilize their societies and their young people around a clear program of action by government. That always says, in the next 20, 30 years, this is what our country should look like. In the next 10, 15 years, this is what we should be doing as a country, not as a government, right? Government is the one that defines the path for a country's future. But it is for us to be able to fall within and work within that plan and come up with solutions within that plan. And the reason I'm saying all of this is that when I think somebody spoke about the National Development Plan in the morning, 2030. It's a plan that government put in place where we have committed ourselves as a country to solve certain problems at certain points in our time. Now, I come from a sector which we call science, technology, and innovation sector. And that sector, we are responsible for exploiting and using science to advance our country. And in that, we have our Department of Science and Innovation, and the Deputy Minister is here. I don't know if you'll touch on this a little bit. I appreciate that you are young and you are not there yet in terms of understanding the language I'll speak, but I'll try and make it as simple as possible because it is important that you know where you belong, where you stand. You don't see yourselves going around with a phone, a cell phone and a technology, or trying to do something, but you don't know where it fits in part of solving our societal challenges, right? So our Department of Science and Innovation, Higher Education, Science and Innovation, developed a 10-year plan approved by Cabinet last year, November. 10-year plan to say how innovation to make and improve the livelihoods of our people and improve the economy and everything else that goes with it. This plan has got a number of elements. It's called the decadal plan, right? So I'll stop here and repeat what I said earlier on. You spoke a lot about technologies in the morning, and I'm not going to speak about all of that at this point because I think we have a good grasp of what is it that we're talking about. But I want you to help put them in your mind and say, where do they belong and why are we doing these things? That's very important. So it has a number of elements to it. It says we will work to improve our country and our system in different sectors. There are a number of sectors in this country that are responsible for creating jobs, where our parents, uncles, and everyone else is employed. There are 3 of these sectors, for example, it's manufacturing, right? It's mining, it's agriculture, and all of that. But these sectors, over the years, are at a point where they are no longer creating the same number of jobs as they used to in the past. That's why I asked you, how many of you do you have people in your homes who are unemployed? Because there's a cause for that, and we need to reverse that trend. And the reason why we worry about these sectors is because they are the major employers in the economy, at least amongst others. And the government has set a decision to say, we need to improve the productivity in these sectors and modernize them. So we're talking 4IR today. We're talking artificial intelligence and everything. One of the approaches that government has said we need to improve these sectors and reverse their productivity loss is through digitization of some of these operations within their sectors. And that's why we're talking all sorts of things today that we've been talking. This is one of the things. Remember that there are these climate change considerations. We export to different parts of the world, and sometimes when we export, the other countries have imposed rules and restrictions on our products. They say you produced these things in an environmentally unfriendly way. They don't say there's poison in your food. They just punish you because you produced them, because you used electricity that was powered by coal, and coal causes environmental damage. Simple, that's what they do. I want you to appreciate all of these things at that deep level, to say the world is not as easy as it is, but we have the solutions to do that. But what is important, we have a government that has a good sense, and we have a handle on the issues that we need to deal with and how we should be dealing with them. That's why young people, when you talk 4IR and everything else, you need to look at that and say, how do we solve problems in these 3 sectors? What sectors did I mention? Can anybody give me a shot? 3, manufacturing, agriculture, and mining. Example, those are the 3, right? So those are the things that we need to look at when we develop solutions to say, how do we contribute solutions to these sectors? So for example, those are the few. And then there's a couple of other areas that we need to worry about. It's around health innovation. It's around innovation to improve our energy security. And so we need to look at all of those things, the challenges that we're going. That's why I'm asking you, how many of you are struggling with load shedding? And I'm privileged to be amongst, in your midst. You guys, your lights are always on. You are very lucky. A great part of the country is not going through the experience that you seem to have. But these are the things that, guys, we need to worry about. And whatever all of these solutions that you are developing, it is important you know that you are doing this, there is a purpose behind it. We spoke commercialization. When you had the word commercial, please be careful not to always interpret it as associated with money. It's never always about money. It's about social impact, the difference that you make in other people's lives without getting anything in return for it, right? It's important to understand just those basic concepts. So I thought, guys, I should share some of these things with you. We have in our 10-year plan, how do we take advantage of the digital economy? This very 4IR stuff, blockchain, all of the things that you've been talking about. We need to take advantage of those to improve the lives of our people and contribute. And there's another priority, which is called the circular economy. The waste that you guys took to the back of the road, we know we ain't going to take it to dump sites. We're going to make a plan for it and do something with that waste. That's what you call circular, right? Economy. So those are the kind of things that we should look at. What do we do at TIA, having said all of that? We focus on supporting a lot of people who are solving these problems. And some of the innovators that are here today with me are, in fact, also using Part 4IR and exploiting the digital economy to solve some of the challenges that I've spoken about. So they'll speak for themselves on that. But let me tell you what we do at TIA, and this is the exciting stuff. We give people money. Right? We give people money. So the innovators who are here came to us knocking and said, we have an idea. We see there are people who struggle on wheelchairs because when it rains and when it's hot, they have nothing that covers them. They're on their own. Can you help me? Because I've got an idea on how to solve this problem. We looked at the idea, we assess it. It's like, sounds good. We give you money. You know how much we give them? 260,000 rands to start with. Right? It's a lot of money. Eh? No, it's not a lot in the scheme and in the business of innovation. Most times, in many countries, they spend a lot of money to develop some of those solutions. In instances, as TIA, we give people 15, 20, 30 million rands to develop a solution over a period of 2 to 3 years. But we are lucky, you guys are young, bright brains, lots of energy. We are able to not spend 15 million, but to spend 260 to get these solutions going. You know why? You just have a certain gift of energy, ingenuity, and creativity to be able to do the most with little. Right? That's who you are, and should never underestimate that. So there's a lot of potential in you to come up with ideas and to take those ideas to the market. Let's forget the word commercialize. You'll talk that word commercialize one day when you are like Yolanda. Yolanda, you see, she's at a certain level where she uses these big words and she confuses you. But I'm happy she explained it very easy, right? So it's really about taking things to market. But taking things to market, you can do it because you want to run a startup company, you want to make money, profit comes. But at the ultimate end, you are solving a certain problem. But sometimes you do develop a solution where you say, I don't want anything in return for it because I just want to help certain people. That's it, communities and so on. So we run a number of programs in TIA. You must go and research what we call the Grassroots Innovation Program. So these are programs that the Grassroots Innovation Program is interesting because please help me when you leave this place, go out and tell your friends the following. For you to be an innovator, you don't have to be a scientist or an engineer, right? If God did not give you the strength and the ability to do STEM, you're still something else in life. And there's TIA to help you to do that. Because all we look at is the ingenuity and the creativity. My colleague from the CSIR, Prof, spoke and said, you need people who will be entrepreneurs. And those people don't have to be scientists and engineers. They just have to be who they are, right? And so there's space for everybody in our country and in our system for you to do good with yourself. Whether you are from university and whether from your TVET college or from somewhere else, even primary schools, I'm told you guys have got some secrets to show us after this. I'm keen to see those, right? So that is important, guys. And then with that program, we give people some funding, training on entrepreneurship. We give you access to our facilities. We also work with the CSIR, for example, who are able to help you develop a small sample of your idea. They basically take it, we use the word prototype in our complicated scientific language. The simpler language, a simple sample of what you have in your head. We help develop that for you to see, is this what you have in mind? And we're able to help you produce something like that. So the opportunities are endless for you. The important thing, you need to get around, come up with your ideas, and then knock on doors. It is not an easy journey, right? The money we give you ain't gonna give you the technology you're developing. It's gonna take you, your bootstrapping, your ability to find networks, to find help in other areas to be able to develop a solution. For me, that is the important message, for you to understand that when you have an idea, it's not gonna happen the next day. It can take you 4 to 5 years to get to the journey. My colleagues there, they will tell you what it took them to get to that. And then we've got other instruments. For example, we are now developing a fully fledged youth technology program in TIA. Should be up and running. I'm a little sad that we couldn't launch it during this month, but of course we can't play politics with it. If it's not ready, it's not ready. We'll get to a point where in the coming months, we launch a full-fledged youth technology innovation program. We used to have one, but we stopped it because it didn't have money at the end, so we are relaunching it. The DG of Department of Science and Innovation announced it in the days, so that's what we're gonna put in place to make sure that we even access people at TVET colleges, people at higher education institution, and people at primary education institutions. Where you have an idea, you should be able to access, and then we put you through different skills development programs, entrepreneurship programs. We connect you with our partners who will be able to put you through an incubation program to learn how to also be a business person in the middle of you developing a solution. So I'm looking forward to meeting you guys one day. You'll be the ones, when I come 3, 4 years from now back here, you'll be the ones sitting there, right? Yeah, so that's what I'm interested in. So I'm not gonna go on forever. I'm gonna call on, there are guys who are here who are better placed to say whether I'm telling the truth or not, right? You can listen to me, but take it with a pinch of salt. There is the testimony of the people who we have supported, who will be able to say to you, this is the journey that we've traveled with TIA, but more interesting is their solution. I'm always excited about the technologies that they've developed. So I'm gonna be quiet and then allow them to be the ones speaking and saying their piece. Who do we start with? Let's start this side. Or should we start with you there, Senzo? Yeah, let's start with you. So we have what? Are you gonna speak from there or from here? You'll jump over here quickly. Okay, you can take it from there.
Good afternoon to the Deputy Speaker, the Deputy Minister, the Honorable Chair, as well as the esteemed guest in general. So my name is Senzo Masumpa from Zlato, an innovation from like the Cape Flats, and I'm from a township that is called Khayelitsha here in the Western Cape. Khayelitsha is well known for a lot of things, including crime and a lot of like these other things. But one of the core things that are at the center of this that we identify was the issue of youth unemployment, as the CEO has already alluded to that. So we came up with like what we looked at, like what are some of the causes why people cannot get jobs at this present time. And one of the key things that came out when we did a study on that is the issue that, like, number one, young people sometimes they don't have the work experience that is required in some of these jobs that are out there. Number two, there's not enough funding and like for them to go to tertiary institutions. And one of the other one, it's also expensive sometimes to look at for a job. When you wake up every day, you have to go and submit your CV, take a transport from the township to town in order to submit CV, you get rejection and so forth. So we then came up with this platform that is called Zlato, which incentivizes people for going out and doing good behavior in community. So the idea is that someone that's unemployed, who's mostly youth, can go out into your own community and then volunteer. And then in exchange, you earn some type of digital rewards, which you call Zlato. And the Zlato are in your app, in your mobile app, which we built. And the idea is that every time when you go out and volunteer, we have young people that want to go into science. So you can go and job shadow someone in a science environment, or you can go volunteer at a small business, gain a bit of like work experience, which gets added to your Zlato app on your digital CV. And then every time when you do that, then you earn Zlato, which is points. Then with these points that you earn, you can then buy some of the basic necessities like airtime, electricity. We've partnered with retail companies such as ShopRite, where people can buy groceries. And then in that way, we started to see a whole shift in terms of like the mindset, where young people are now encouraged to go out and look for job opportunities and opportunity to volunteer as a way to increase employability. So on the app, you are able to then earn this Zlato, and you build like your impact CV. On the app, you can also do courses around entrepreneurship, technology, in order to upskill yourself, which are also for free. And then there are also tasks and things that are suggested to you that you can do in order to upskill yourself as a young person. And this tool has then been used by other organizations, even outside of like South Africa. We got interest from UNICEF as our first expansion partner, where it's being used in countries such as Nigeria and Kenya, and as well as the UK. And now on the app, we're sitting at like 450,000, and we're approaching 500,000 members that are registered on our platform. And then the tool has now been used in different sectors also across South Africa. And then we are really grateful for the funding that we got from TIA, because then we have been able to expand and partner with more organizations, including the Development Bank of South Africa, as well as other key stakeholders such as the Youth Initiative, and like other entities that are sitting across, which are mostly NGOs. What's next for us really is we are also on this journey of building this app so that it can cater for more organization in order to track the impact that they're making in communities, because we have identified that a lot of organizations have volunteers and are doing great work in communities, but that is not being tracked properly. So we built dashboard where they can track the impact that they are making in order for them to apply for additional funding opportunities from organizations out there. And also what we're currently working on, most importantly at the moment, is we are proud to be involved in building the national youth tool that is going to be used to track all the innovations across the country, using the power of technology and just technology in order to track growth and progress of young people that are coming through the programs. Yeah, that's it. Thank you so much.
Yolanda, your turn.
Good day, Honorable Deputy Speaker, Honorable Deputy Minister, Honorable Chair, and esteemed guests. So my idea started from TIA actually, the scale out for impact program, the initiative program that from TIA back in 2020, at the end of 2020, working with the UK side of the UK side with the Innovators, and we developed the digital and drone solution, which is comprises of remote patient monitoring and medicine drone delivery for chronic patients in low-income communities. So what TIA has helped is based on funding, and also connecting us with the relevant institutions that will help us in putting the innovation forward. When we launched from 2021, we were just starting with the feasibility and research part, where we worked with South African Medical Association, Red Cross Memorial War, Red Cross Children War Memorial Hospital, University of Cape Town, in terms of the feasibility. And in just last year, we then just working on, started in terms of focusing on the, the regulation side of things, because the medical side and the aviation is highly regulated. So we were just going through those hurdles, and Tia was also still, you know, very assisting us in that. And now also one of the deliverables is also now at a point where we now, the pilot project, we are hoping to then execute and finish it this year. And from there on, we'll then be able to commercialize our solution. And yeah, and in terms of obviously assistance, we obviously are looking for more funding for the commercialization after the pilot project, and also to scale up our innovation. Yeah, thank you.
You want to ask, can I allow them to speak first and then you ask after? You don't mind? Or you wanna catch him while he's still hot? Okay. Chair, where's the chair? The chair is the one who's supposed to help me. Yes, I wanted to.
It's very important.
It's very important. Okay, negotiate with the chair, not with me. I can help you.
So you see, in life, there's also like having to work within a framework, right? So please note your question, and then we'll let them all finish. Then we'll take a few questions on their presentations. Is that okay? Thank you.
Yes, and it's very important. So we could say, okay, sure, your turn. So.
Good afternoon, everybody. Good afternoon, Honorable Deputy Speaker, Honorable Deputy Minister, and Honorable Chair, and esteemed guests. My name is Storm Roda, and I'm founder of a company called African Intelligent Machines. And one of our core missions is to expand the borders of healthcare. My journey started back in 2019 when I was in grade 11, and I took part in a science expo called the Cape Town ESCOM Science Expo. What I did over there was I presented an idea that I had, which was a diagnostic algorithm to assist radiologists in diagnosing pneumonia in pediatrics and adult patients. Through that opportunity, I was able to represent South Africa at multiple expos from Turkey to the USA, winning multiple awards and gold medals. And through that, then Tia caught wind of what I was doing and assisted to step in with funding. What that funding meant for me was it allowed me to expand computational resources, which is main concept or main part of what we do with our diagnostic algorithms, because it's built on image processing and AI techniques and frameworks. And through that, it allowed us to collaborate with other partners and perform partnerships such as Health Technologies, which has an extensive clinical network and a point-to-point care ultrasound portfolio that they are doing. Thank you.
Thanks. We've got the last two, Diego and Zwetli. Yeah, sure.
Good day, Deputy Speaker, Deputy Minister, Chairs of Chairs, and extended guest. My name is Dio Tiani, and I'm from a small town in the Free State called Henneman, where my startup company is also based, which is called Opelin Group. So when we came up with our idea was about 5 years ago, where we engaged one member from a disability unit called Lamahano Blind Association. So the individual suffers from a disease called pertussis disease. So pertussis disease is when the eyelid automatically closes itself automatically closes itself. So he showed us how he utilizes his phone. So basically how he utilizes his phone, he literally had to bring his phone close to the eye, which led to further damage of the eye, as well as consistent headaches. And then we studied forward and we went and we met a couple of people that are totally blind and partially sighted. And they were telling us that it's difficult for them to use their phone and access information, which can lead to job opportunities and educational opportunities. So if you look at modern phones do not have a physical clue. The only physical clue that it has is the on button, the volume button. For them to actually utilize their phone, they rely on a thing called accessibility functions, which works with gestures. So they have to tap on the screen on the phone and to listen that they have selected the right application. So what this has led to is that it's led to them to actually tapping things that they do not intend to tap, as well as that in a public space, it makes it very difficult for them to hear what kind of activities they are performing on the phone. And we also felt that in a private space, in a public space, it makes them much more vulnerable for criminal activities. So we came up with a device by the name of the GADA device. So GADA device is a device that helps visually impaired people to navigate through their phones without the need of touching, holding, or tapping on the screen. So how it works is that it consists of a wearable hardware, a mobile application. So the moment you pair the wearable hardware with the phone, the app automatically takes all the applications on the phone, puts it as a listed under it, and automatically launches various voice functions. And through the use of buttons, 4 buttons, up, down, enter, it makes it easy for them to navigate from one app to another, enter, exit application, answer phone calls, make phone calls without the need of touching or tapping or holding the phone. So basically they can use their phone while the phone is in their bag or in their pocket. So what we have, this is the explanation or advice. This is how it works.
Call logs. Contacts. Contacts list. Contact directory inquiries. Phone number 110. Contact home. Bluetooth. Call log. Call contacts. Messages. Home. Messages. Messages. 99852 on the 2nd of May 2023, 2029. You have inserted your SIM card in another cell phone.
So in 2019, before COVID, we managed to raise an amount of 260,000 from the Grassroots Innovation Program, which actually helped us to further develop the prototype. And then through the prototype we managed to develop through TIA funding, we managed to also raise some funding from the private sector. And then we approached TIA again. As we speak, we're currently part of the TADF program, which is the tech deployment funding, where we got an amount of 720, where we're planning on deploying the product in the Free State and in KZN. We are currently in partnership with the Department of Social Development in the Free State. So our long-term plan is for us to expand to other 9 provinces and SADC and slowly but surely to other BRICS countries. And we plan on adding more functionality to the device, where we're going to incorporate an AI system and develop our personal assistant, which will be named Papi. Papi will be the personal assistant for a visually impaired person, which will able to help them with their day-to-day activity, remind them of certain information, as well as to enable them to find their phone when they can't find their phone. Thank you very much.
Honorable Deputy Speaker, Honorable Deputy Minister, Honorable Chair and esteemed guest. My name is Swelihle Mbotumakubane from KZN, based in Durban, but originally from Nkandla. So I will focus on 4 questions. The first one, how did the idea came about? So there was an old man from my neighborhood who was diabetic. That led to the amputation of his leg, which led him to use the wheelchair. And it was very difficult for him to move from his house to the local clinic or to the bus stop. That difficulties, it was difficult for him to move from his house to the bus stop when it is raining or under certain conditions, weather conditions. I felt sorry for him because I, the one who was assisting him to reach the local clinic. So as the world is experiencing ever-changing weather conditions, which is caused by the climate change, the wheelchair-bound people are the most affected people, and that makes them feel like they are not important in the community. The exposure to the sun can lead them to skin cancer affection because the wheelchair-bound people are exposed to various weather conditions, which denies them to move freely. So the solution the solution is to provide the wheelchair with shelter to protect the disabled people from different weather conditions. This foldable shelter is operated by a joystick which controls the entire movement of the shelter. The support I got from TIA, TIA has been the main or the backbone of these projects. They made it possible for me to design and develop the prototype, and they also helped me to find the right technology station, which is CUT, where the prototype was developed and also where the prototype was designed and developed. They also supported me with the stipend, which helped to keep the company status active. So what we are aiming at the moment, the main priority is to test our first prototype and see if it is fulfilling its purpose. And then we aim to partner with one of wheelchair manufacturers, which can assist us maybe in for 3 to 5 years, and then we will we aim to be across Africa and work with different continents in Africa, trying to help disabled people, specifically the wheelchair-bound people. So I think after this session, you guys are more welcome to see the prototype outside.
Thank you, sir. I think we're covered. And but thanks to everybody, to the young ones, guys. There are a couple of things. It's about all the stories you've heard are about our ingenuity, our ability to think, create, but more importantly, to act on it. Very important. So I think that is important for me. Two, in each of the people who spoke, you always get that sense of purpose when they do what they need to do. They're driven by something. And find that purpose for yourself and let that be the one that ignites the action in you, right? And none of these people spoke of R1 million. All of the stuff they did was add small amounts of money, but they were able to produce very good solutions and so on. So the important thing is that wherever you see, just know that in this country, it is possible, right? Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much, CEO Krapi, and to the team of innovators who have been supported by TIA. Really, we are all inspired, I'd like to believe. I'm going to take your question, and then ngizobuya kuwena Swelihle. Ngicela in a minute, if you can say what your innovation is, and why you're doing it, and how TIA has supported you in a minute. Because I want the people back home to be able to relate in terms of the conversation we're having today. Those of you, you've heard it once before, but if you want to hear it again, there are interpretation earphones here. So I want to go to your question first.
Sorry that I forgot your title. Thanks. Okay. Your Zelato, can I ask something? During coronavirus, was it the one giving out free food parcels? Okay, because I would like to personally thank you, because my family used your app during coronavirus. It helped a lot because my father wasn't working at that time, and if a lot of our family members used it, and I'm very grateful that I get to meet you.
Yeah, no, I think this is absolutely amazing to hear. I think it speaks to the work that can be done when young people are given an opportunity to share their ideas and given the platform. And yeah, it's a pleasure. It's a pleasure, my brother. And we aim to support many other young people out there and families. Thank you so much.
So when Mr. Krapi, the CEO, says that commercialization of innovation is not only for one's personal financial gain, but most importantly, to ensure that we can support the communities we come from. This is what we're talking about. Thank you so much for sharing as well. Thank you. Round of applause. I'd like to then go back to you, Selisha.
Ngiyabonga. Ngiyabonga nangokukhuluma ngesiZulu. Kade besenda i-screenshots la ukuthi babukelile emakhaya. So I think bazo-benefita kakhulu. So senza i-wheelchair, masenza i-wheelchair angithi bekunomkhulu obe diabetic nesifo sikashukela, so bamnqamula bamsika unyawo. So kwakunzima kuyena ukuthi transport or move ukuthi asuke ekhaya afinyelele eklinik. So and bebejwayele ukucela mina because umakhelwane, and ukuhamba kuleso sikhathi leso uthola ukuthi uya affected, uyabona ukuthi izulu lizo liyana kuyashisa. Like I still feel that pain mangabe ngihlangana nomuntu ohamba nge-wheelchair, liyashisa akakwazi ukuzivikela yena. So then we came up with this idea yokwakha i-wheelchair ene-shelter, but le shelter le iyakwazi ukuremoveka nge-joystick gear. So you just press it, mawuyipressa, when you press it down, then i-shelter move ibuyele move. Then when you press it up, then i-shelter iyakuvikela futhi. Then when you push it aside, angithi ifike inyuke la ngemuva, you press it up, then iyanyuka la ngemuva. When you press it down, iyehla ngemuva. Then when you press it on the other side, then iyakuvikela la. Yes, phezulu. Then when you press it on the other side again, then ibuyela futhi emuva. Yes.
Round of applause, please. At this point, I'd like to then hand over to Mr. Jonathan Frias from the Western Cape Education Department. If he can come closer, please. I really would like to also say that we're really inspired by the work that has been done by the Innovators supported by Tia. And I think it's very evident in also what they've presented to us, how they've tried to come up with innovations that speak to inclusivity. I think the lady with the hat was speaking to that earlier on. My best friend, I think I've known her since grade 3. She lost her eyesight when she was 21. We're both 30 now. And I know exactly what you mean about the phone that speaks back at you and then you keep pressing it. And we've had to learn how to also work with the device. And for me, it's personal. The same way it was personal for you, Senzo's innovation, it's also personal for me to know that there is someone who's thinking of our loved ones, like my best friend, who lost her eyesight at 21. And I really think such an innovation is something that could really help in ensuring accessibility to communication for people living without sight. So thank you very much for that as well. Over to you.
Hello, everybody. All protocol observed. I'm Jonathan Fries from the Western Cape Education Department. I want to dedicate this talk to the people that don't know how innovative they are. Think about that. You're sitting here because you've had that opportunity. Just think, and you probably in the top 0.5% of this country. What about the others that are sitting in class, bored out of their minds? And they don't even know just how damn clever they are. Dedicating this session to them. All of you know someone like that. All of you know someone like that. That's our job as the education department, to provide a platform to people, for people to discover the talents that they have. Currently, the education department is not good enough. We're not doing that. We're not 21st century enough, but we're working on that. You'll see in a moment. There's a guy whose parents is from Bangladesh. They live in America. He's 14. He has an engineering degree in software development and AI technology. He starts a job at 14 at SpaceX. SpaceX is one of the greatest technology companies this world has ever seen. They only hire 1% of the top engineers on this planet work at SpaceX. There's a 14-year-old there. A few years ago, it would never happen. In the 21st century, and listen carefully, boys and girls, in the 21st century, age does not matter. It's your skills, it's your competency to make a difference, and your passion and your purpose to make a difference in other people's lives. Age does not matter. It doesn't matter what grade you are in. Okay? If that 14-year-old can work there and there's no prejudice against his age, then we are moving. Stormrode, grade 11, AI technology to examine X-rays that can make diagnosis better than it. How did you do that, Storm? But my question is, how many other Storms are there that didn't even know that they have that ability? Our job is to make that happen. At Tygerberg Hospital down the road, South Africa's first hysterectomy using robot surgery. I think it's amazing. Robots cuts the patient open more accurately than a human being can. They don't get tired, they don't get hungry, and they don't go to the toilet. Okay? This is Professor Mashudu Sifalaro from University of Pretoria. What did he do? Him and his team, they use 3D technology, 3D printing technology to print the smallest bones in the human body, the hammer, the anvil, and the stirrup in the ear. They restored a 34-year-old man's hearing. He lost his hearing during an accident. They restored it using a 3D printer. I think it's amazing. South Africa, first in the world. First in the world. Someone's going to get a shock now. Miss Fatima Jakut, will you please stand? Before I speak, first clap hands for this lady. She's a Muslim female who flies the biggest aeroplanes on this planet. That's her there. South African, Cape Town. But for me, more important is the difference she makes in other people's lives. Okay? She, in this year, 55 learners in the care, flying to international robotics competitions. 55 learners. She has STREAM labs, STREAM, science, technology, robotics, engineering, aeronautics. Of course, aeronautics must be there because she flies with passion. And of course, mathematics. She has STREAM labs all over the place. The one that I visited, which I find the most impressive, is the one at the Center for Science and Technology in Tokai. There's an aeroplane in the lab. There's an aeroplane in the lab. There's an experiment that links directly with the space station. That's the kind of things that she does and many other things as well. Thank you, Ms. Jakut. There's another young lady here that makes a massive difference. And some of the recipients, sitting in the audience, one of the recipients is Senzo. I'm talking about the company called Asset and the executive director, Usisiwe. Please stand. Usisiwe Makubela. What does she, I didn't say you can sit there. They give learners the opportunity to improve their maths and science marks. Am I right, Senzo? It's Asset. That's why you're sitting here now. It's Asset that did that. I don't know if there's any other recipients of the support from Asset. So, Usisiwe, you've done that. Not only that, they're involved in coding and robotics as well. There's a school. You here? Stand, please, guys. Sinenjongo. Sinenjongo. First in a national World Robotics Olympiad competition in South Africa. They represented South Africa at the World Champs in Germany. Give these guys a round of applause. Thank you. You may be seated. There's a school in a rural area called Bredasdorp High School. There's an old man there. His name is Donald Cook. He is 83 years old. Doesn't use a walking stick or a Zimmer frame. That man, when he walks upstairs, he runs up the stairs. He loves his passion. His wife says he is going to die teaching children. And you know what? He's going to die happy because he's living his purpose. He carries the history of coding and robotics in South Africa inside his body. Any media people sitting here, go and visit Donald Cook and sit down with him, have a couple of hours available. That man has an amazing story to tell. His kids participated at Bredasdorp High School in the CETA robotics competition. What did they win? They came second, 650,000 rand. Four children, 650,000 rand. Did they know it was going to come their way when they entered this competition? They didn't have a clue. All they did was, what did he say? It's not about the million rand. It's about your purpose, about making a difference. That's what it's about. And the money will come, but live in your purpose, live in that zone, function in that zone, and things will come to you. Now, the work you guys are going to be doing, many of you are going to be in jobs that have never existed before. Currently, it's your opportunity that you get from your teachers around you that allows you to think different. But you know, majority of people of learners in this country do not have that opportunity. Why? Because the curriculum is old. Curriculum prepares learners for jobs that exist, that will still exist, of course, but jobs that were common 10 years ago. The ones in the last 10 years now. No. Just think of a drone traffic controller. What is that? Where I live, 200 meters from where I live, there's a take-a-lot company. One day, they're going to be doing drone deliveries. So imagine this. My neighbor, there's a drone coming to my neighbor, delivering a Bluetooth speaker. There's a drone coming to me from the pizza place, delivering my pizza. And there's a drone delivering a matric ball dress from a neighbor next to me from Superbalist. And they all come and knock in. I won't look nice in a matric ball dress. We're going to need, in future, drone traffic controllers. Imagine that. Tell that to a teacher, they won't know what you're talking about. Not these teachers here, I'm saying other teachers. Right? But that is the future. You must be ready for things that don't exist. Let me ask you a question. Do you think it is a good idea for people in old age homes to be assisted by robots? Because many old people don't have any family coming to visit them. Isn't that so? Can I ask anyone who can give me an answer? Do you think it's a good idea? Yes? Yes? No? Who says yes? You're going to give an answer? Who says yes? Right? You've got a couple of hands. Who says no? Who? And some of you are not sure whether I must say yes or no. You had your hand up. Can you please respond? You said no. Why do you say no?
The reason I was saying no is because like, as humans, like as we get older now, like old people like need as much care as a child needs, and it also comes with like a lot of emotions which robots don't have none.
There's a yes over there. May I hear your response, please?
It's a yes, because if they can act as companions. It just depends how much you've interacted, especially with ChatGPT. It actually, okay, this is a debate of whether this is programming or if it's intuitive to itself, but it does actually mimic emotion and understanding. So instead of, it's like, why allow old age people to just be lonely just because you are against this technology, whereas it can be used to keep them company.
Thank you. I'm not going to take any more responses. You know why? This is a moral issue. Am I right? We're talking about ethics. In everything that you do, every innovation that you have, always think of the moral ethics behind it. How will it affect the target market? Are you doing something negative, or are you going to build and be something positive? Just one more response. I'm not going to ask you now, but I'm going to mention this to you. You know that the petrol stations overseas, they don't have people filling in your petrol for you. You do it yourself. Do you know why South African government has not gone that way? 750,000 petrol attendants in this country. Each one of them are supporting 5 people. 750,000 multiplied by 5. Imagine you take that job away. And the technology has existed for 20 years for taking those jobs away. Millions of people will not be eating. South African government has suppressed that technology. Don't you think that's an ethical choice? It's a good reason. Sometimes technology is fantastic, but sometimes that same technology can be a problem. So we will not finalize the debate about the old age home, but it's a conversation you take with you. Is it an urgent response, Yolanda?
In terms of, I just want to comment in terms of, when you spoke about the petrol attendants losing their job and how technology can make people lose their jobs, but also on the other side, as a small business person and people are worried about AI taking jobs, if you're a small business person, you don't have the means to hire a lot of people, then that's helpful to us. It just really depends sometimes on which side are you on, because if I don't have the means to be paying specialized people, are you saying that I must close my business?
I'm not saying you must close your business, because that's the beauty of technology. Yes, in terms of the debate, that's the beauty of technology. I can allow you for that business to actually happen because you'll never have the funding to start that business. But with the technology, it eases that business into reality. So I agree with you 100%, but it's an interesting debate, don't you think so? So what is the education department doing about all of this? Let's see what's happening. Many things are happening behind the scenes that you don't know about. What is happening? We have our Department of Basic Education. It's our National Education Department. What they do have is a compulsory coding and robotics curriculum coming. That compulsory from what age? From grade R to grade 9. Don't you think it's fantastic? From grade R to grade 9, coding and robotics as a subject that is compulsory, not a choice, no choice in the matter. Every citizen in this country must learn about the 21st century. This is the first intervention on a systemic way for preparing our citizens for the 21st century. Don't you think it's a good thing? I think it's a good thing. I see the heads shaking. I don't see anyone saying, no, I don't think so. Of course, there were many questions and many debates around this. Can we afford it? How we can? But you know what? We're going to alternative. We have to do it. Because it's our duty to prepare learners for the 21st century. They're running the pilot in all provinces. There are schools that have been selected. And there are regular, ongoing, interprovincial meetings. But in the Western Cape, what's happening here? We've got a couple of people here that I'm going to call their names out in a moment. Giselle Sampson, please stand up. Mr. Timo Arendse, Mr. Terence Zeeman, Mr. Almarie Peterson, please stand up. We have 8 coding and robotics coordinators in this province. These are the 4 urban districts. The others are just too far away to come here today. These are the 4 urban districts, a phenomenal group of people to work with. You don't know them, but wow, the effect that they have on teaching and learning, on developing clubs. I will tell you a bit about that. Okay. Thank you, guys. Celebrate you. Support you. And you know, what's the most important thing about these people? All of them have full-time jobs that has nothing to do with coding and robotics. But they're taking this on. Why? Because of the vision, because of the purpose. This is above and beyond what we're asking them to do. What they have done is they've taken coding and robotics and they've integrated it with technology. You've all done technology from grade 7, 8, and 9. Integrated coding and robotics and technology, developed the course and trained lead teachers. Some of those lead teachers are sitting right here. Nigel, you're one of them, aren't you? Can you stand, please? The people can see you. Najma Nisa governed the Spine High School. One of the teachers there. There are others. I'm not going to go through everyone here now. Okay. We've also done an intermediate phase of integrated coding and robotics with natural science. It can integrate with every subject. But these are the 2 that we've chosen for now. Design the course, develop the course. It's a hybrid course, online as well as face-to-face. Really fantastic. And that's going to be one of the courses that is now going to be offered to teachers. Done it with lead teachers and really fantastic. Let's get back to these robotic coordinators. What do? As an extra to their full-time job, they do professional development of teachers in their district. They develop these courses. They develop teachers and schools to have coding and robotics clubs. They run workshops, competitions. They initiate conferences. Don't just go to conferences. They initiate and make conferences happen. and they're also involved in research and development of robotic systems that work in classrooms when there's load shedding and work in classrooms where there's no internet available. Please give those guys a round of applause. So how many clubs do we have? I have 3 minutes left. I'll be done in 3 minutes. So how many clubs do we have? So far we have 44 grade 8 and 9 clubs. 48 primary school clubs are in the process of being established in collaboration with the Cape Town Science Centre. But it's a big number. 500 clubs come in as well. The person that is taking the lead, Mr. Ashtik Don, please stand up. This man has taken the lead in working through a bureaucracy that doesn't know about coding and robotics. And he's gotten them to agree to start 500 clubs. Give that man a round of applause. We're halfway there. The tablets are going to be delivered in the first 2 weeks of term 3 to these 500 schools. That's the tablets. We're waiting on the final tender for the robotics kits to go along with that. So next year, we're going to have 500 functional clubs. But wait, there's more. You all like soccer, eh? I don't know anyone who doesn't like soccer. But in the 21st century, it's drone soccer. First in Africa. We're going to start the drone soccer league. We got 40, is it 44 or 48 clubs? 38, 35 drone soccer clubs. The funding, we almost got a finger on the funding. We're there. We're going to run a pilot, a proof of concept. How do you do drone soccer? It's drones encased in a mesh, right? I'm not going to go into the details now, just read up on the internet. World champs in South Korea, next world champs is in the US, and we're going to fly the winners over to the world champs. First, drone soccer league, not in South Africa, in Africa, we're starting that. We collaborate. In the 21st century, you have to collaborate. It's impossible for one entity to solve all problems. You must collaborate with other companies. We collaborate extensively with the Cape Town Science Centre, not just for the 500 robots that's been developed and manufactured, and we're using them already, not just for that, but for innovating robotic systems that can work a lot quicker and a lot more accurately. That's happening. We also collaborate with UWC and many other entities. Saki Kamba, that's Fatima Jakut, the first lady that stood up. We got a collaboration with her as well. Vital. We cannot do coding and robotics without collaborating. Matilda, Gota, please stand up. Green jacket, my word. You look good in green, ma'am. Matilda is a foundation phase Deputy Chief Education Specialist for Coding and Robotics. What a job title. Right? But he's taking the lead nationally in developing the coding and robotics curriculum. I'm not supposed to be saying this now, but I can't help myself because we celebrate her for what she's been doing. Okay. Mr. Ashrik Don taking the lead for the intermediate phase. Stand up again, sir. So in the Western Cape Education Department, we have people who can set the scene to make the difference, to set the scene for a platform for you guys to be the best that you can be. A platform for those who don't even know how good they are until they have that opportunity. The teachers don't even know how good they are until they have an opportunity. At Bredasdorp High School is a boy that never speaks in class. Suddenly he's taking the lead. He himself didn't know that he could speak in front of people, but he speaks with such clarity, with such confidence. Because coding and robotics, that's his role. He didn't know. And our job here as government is to ensure that the education department can provide that opportunity for those who don't even know what talents they have. We need a call to action. I'm going to read this. Let us together prioritize the development of critical thinking, problem solving, creativity, digital literacy, and collaboration to ensure that our education system equips learners with the competencies needed to thrive in a rapidly changing world. No one walks ahead. No one walks behind. We all walk this path together. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you so much to Mr. Freers. Absolutely. Science for the people, science with the people. That's our motto, Shanaz. That's literally what the committee speaks about, Mr. Freers, that who are we innovating for if it's not for the people of South Africa and if it's not with them? So thank you very much for that input. And thank you very much to DM as you prepare to come up. But thank you very much to all the stakeholders, really from the Western Cape who've come on board and to support this agenda in whichever way in which you can, through skill, through resources. Really, we want to appreciate the fact that there is social compacting taking place in parts of our country. A lot has been discussed, Deputy Minister Buti Manamela, the intention of this program and why the Honorable Deputy Speaker, Tsenoli Lechisa, has been so adamant for us as Parliament to really take the lead and not only to speak about innovation in terms of supporting it, but leading. When I got to Parliament, you could not join a committee virtually or hybridly. It used to frustrate me so much because sometimes you travel on official work, but you still want to listen in on what's happening in the committee because maybe you're jet lagged and you're bored at whatever odd hour it is in whatever country you're in. And then they say there's no ways for you to participate. But today, due to COVID, we've been pushed as Parliament to have a hybrid system that can accommodate people who, even if you're not feeling well that day, but still want to be interactive, you can. I mean, as women, we have a visitor every month, and that visitor can make life very miserable for you, and you really don't want to leave your space. But because of now the fact that we live in a hybrid society, we can still be productive, but you're still in a comfortable space that accommodates your reality. There are countries that have, I think it's period leave, a day literally set off for women to not be at home, to not be at school or at work or wherever it is. So, I mean, these are some of the advances we've seen Parliament being pushed into because of COVID, and a person who's really been at the forefront of spearheading the need for us as Parliament to also check ourselves in terms of, how far we are in our digitization and responding to the current reality has really been the Honorable Lechisa, and we must really commend him for being a leader within this institution called Parliament in this regard. DM, a lot of emphasis has come to in terms of saying that, we need innovations that respond to the needs of our communities. Why borrow innovations when we can make them ourselves? The fact that even through these innovations, there are many employment opportunities that can come from that in the repairing, for example, of the innovations. There's many job opportunities in that. And a lot has also come out from various stakeholders. You've heard the entities within your department, CSIR and TIA both presenting. You've heard the young innovators supported by TIA. You've heard the engagements that young people participated in their thoughts, their concerns. One is saying a lot of conversation around technology replacing human resource has come out. That's been a great conversation here. So how do we respond, Deputy Minister Manamela, to some of those concerns as you come to the podium? I want to pick on maybe Aneziwe. Is she in the room? Yes, she is there. She is looking like me when I don't have this hair on. I'm going to ask you to, from where you are, please introduce the Deputy Minister, Buti Manamela. And I don't know what you know about him, but I hope you know something about him. But kindly, from where you're seated, if you can just stand up a little bit and introduce the DM as he comes to the platform. Thank you. It won't be added to your credentials on whether or not you're a good leader of young people.
Greetings, everyone. Comrade Aneziwe Mzini, the Deputy Chairperson of SASCO in the Western Cape. I'd like to welcome the Deputy Minister of Higher Education, Minister Buti Manamela. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much for that introduction. I think it covers the important part. Thank you, Chairperson of the Portfolio Committee on Higher Education, Science and Innovation, for inviting us to be part of this program, and Telechisa Tsinoli for your commitment to science, technology, and innovation. And I think it's through actions such as this that we see that commitment. But I think more importantly, the young people who are here, who are part of this engagement, conversation, together with your teachers and also the officials from the Department of Basic Education nationally and also in the province of the Western Cape. I'm quite honored to be here to be speaking to you as young innovators, and also really pleased to take this opportunity to commend Parliament for this visionary initiative that started, I'm told, in 2018, whose focus is on the major technological trends of our time, characterized as the fourth industrial revolution. I hope that my intervention will be the shortest. I know when we are nearing sunsets, our concentration level tends to be at their lowest. Now, our time has witnessed some of the most interesting paradoxes that humanity has ever seen. Within the last 50 years or so, I think you've had many who've spoken about innovations such as the magnetic resonance imaging, or RMI scans, which are used in the medical fraternity to basically see through what is happening with you, diagnostics. So you just go through the scan and it shows if you have any of the diseases and what sort of intervention should be made as one of those major innovations within the last 50 years. The cell phone itself, which I think we take for granted, the barcode, which is used to determine, well, in the past, barcodes were merely used to read information about products on the shelf. Today, we can use a barcode to read information about almost anything. And in fact, you can even use your cell phone to read, barcodes to, transmit whatever data that, has been stored in the smallest little of icons. And I think it's a major innovation that we've seen for the last 50 years. The digital camera itself, which has, and its integration into a cell phone and in various
other gadget. The GPS system. South Africa hosts one of the only 3 positions in the world where information can be sent to satellite and almost instantly tell you where you are. Sender location. I'm not sure how many of you knows what gets involved in that technology when someone asks you to drop the pin for them where they are. It almost appears instantly on the other side, right? So there's a location in Hartbeespoort in Gauteng, where one of the 3 capacity and capabilities for GPS, reside. Drones are one of those major innovations that we've seen in the last few years. 3D printing, Bluetooth, and of course, most of the other technologies that have been spoken about, and some of them are our own technologies here in South Africa. And I could see your faces when it was revealed today on the 20th of June, 2023, that creepy crawly is actually a South African invention. And there are many others. It could be in food, in transport, in education. And I've had a lot here today from you when you were asked to speak and think about solutions which will help to better your conditions as students, within your communities, within your schools, and everywhere else. And that's what technology innovation should be about. It should be about resolving our immediate problems, our immediate questions, our immediate challenges, because if it does not do that, then it becomes obsolete and it does not serve us. And whether it could be consideration of moral or ethical issues, practical challenges that we see as facing society, all of those have to be about resolving some of the problems humanity is confronted with. And within the same period that we've had all these major developments, we've also seen the rise of other global challenges and problems. Climate change being one of them. Clean water here in the Western Cape, we're talking about day 0 approaching. And I think some of you who are students of geography and the environment would know that water is one of the big challenges that we may be confronted with. And government obviously hard at work trying to think of solutions in order to avert the water challenge. Crisis around food security, transnational conflicts, population growth vis-a-vis available resources, rising poverty and inequality, violence against women and children, unethical practices by corporate and public institutions, and of course the threats of pandemics and nuclear wars. So these are some of the problems that you will have to think about when we think technology, science, and innovation. Now, with this understanding, our continent's embrace of the 4th Industrial Revolution and all the technological opportunities it presents must obviously be uncritical. We must be informed by, amongst others, what place our continent occupies in the contemporary economic global balance of forces, but more importantly, it must be informed by what position we wish to see our country and our continent occupies. We're seeing how the 4th Industrial Revolution has transformed entire industries and how some occupations are becoming obsolete in how new ones are being born in such areas as artificial intelligence, which I think most are likely to be inclined when we think technology, science, and innovation, or cloud computing. We have one of the best high-speed computing here in the country, probably the fastest CPU the world has ever seen, which is based here in Cape Town, which informs a lot of decisions that government and people in the private sector are making based on that capability just alone. Robotics, 3D printing, and advanced wireless technologies are amongst others. But also seeing how all of this is fundamentally changing the skills requirement for various jobs. So it means even though we may see the threat of unemployment or people in various sectors of the economy, their jobs being threatened, but it also means that we need to retrain ourselves or consider pursuing a skills program which will contribute into this particular setup. If you've listened to all the innovators, those who have come before you, most, if not all, their interventions have a human element. It's about resolving the human problem. It could be getting to mobilize people to do something within their community, or it could be about medical diagnostics. It could be about assisting people who are not able to use technology. But that intervention is, and I think you've had particularly the innovation around the wheelchair and the assistive device for people who are blind, that is based on their experiences of having interacted with the problem. So when we speak science, technology, and innovation, it's not only about thinking, about big solutions. It's also about thinking of what we may deem as small solutions, but whose impact will go a long way in resolving some of the human problems that we're confronted with. So I said earlier that we'll have to rethink the kind of skills that we choose. Most of you are in your grade 12. Some of you have expressed the need to be policymakers, to come sit here in Parliament, to engage, debate, and chart the country's way forward. Very well and good enough. Let's hope that we will not have robots with the capability of replacing members of Parliament. And given some of the drama that happens in Parliament, I don't know if robots can keep up. Having to call points of order and all of those things, I don't know if robots can keep up, and maybe they would think themselves too important to pursue such vocations. But there are other bigger interventions out there that I think and believe that with your research about what you want to do, where you want to study, you will be able to find yourself in one way or another contributing towards the world of science. But I want you to think about this quite differently. There's talk of science, technology, engineering, arts, mathematics, and innovation, and the interconnectedness between all of this. And I'm not mentioning this in the simplest of sense to merely include art and innovation, but I'm mentioning it because of the integrated nature of all these 4 or 5 areas of study, that we shouldn't narrow ourselves with the development of technology and with our understanding of life itself and how we interact as human beings. One will not survive if all that you can do is to fly drones. Okay? So that's important. And put simply, some of the innovations that I've spoken about, the MRI scans, for instance, when they were first invented and put into the market, kids could not relate to them because they couldn't just imagine going into this scanner and then, nothing. So there are still people who have the phobia of the scan. But with kids in particular, it didn't take medical practitioners to design a solution, but it took scientists to create a welcoming environment around the MRI scan. All right? So it means that we'll have to think beyond the boundaries of science, technology, engineering, and mathematics, and also start thinking as artists, as activists in the culture, and have our science and technology brains also wired towards being creatives, okay? I'm not saying you should go and pursue creative careers if you want to be a scientist, but if you want to be a musician, but you don't want to sing, there should be ways and means within which you can use science, technology, engineering, and mathematics to keep that passion that you have around the arts forward. Food security on its own would obviously require science, technology, engineering, and mathematics. And so I need us to think along those lines that, science on its own, the period of the NED being defined as those who are bookworms, who just want to be seen in classrooms only and, with certain disciplines is long gone. And so we need to think around diversifying the kind of knowledge that we have. Otherwise, if these machines, as the big debate goes on all over the world, if these big machines are left in the hands of people who are not socially conscious, we're not aware of the implications that these machines can have on humanity, it means that those individuals can use these machines recklessly, this technology recklessly. And I think we've seen in a lot of movies, science fiction movies, where if technology falls in the hands of irresponsible individuals, it creates, a catastrophe. Now, getting back to skills, most of our TVET colleges are providing programs along these lines. And the reason I'm starting with TVET colleges is because many of you, either by choice or by influence in your communities or by influence, nicely being nudged by your parents, encouraged to go study at university, right? Most of you want to go there, okay? Good enough. But I also want you to look at some of the TVET colleges and some of the programs that they're providing in robotics, 3D printing, and in virtual reality, in all sorts of programs that are 4IR related, which could pique your interest. And the beauty with going to study at a TVET college is that when you're studying drones, you see drones, you work with drones, you operate drones, as opposed to what we have in some of our universities, where if you are studying drones, you're going to read about them in textbooks, and you're going to see schematic representation of drones, and you're going to dream about drones without having touched them. So that's why I would really want to encourage you to go study at our TVET colleges, become artisans, to become technicians in all of these areas with centers of specialization, some of whom their focus is on related programs. So I'd really want to see some of you in those in those TVET colleges. But more importantly, our country has experienced probably the worst in terms of unemployment. And most likely, if the situation remains as is, some of you are most likely to graduate either grade 12 or your TVET college or your university and go into unemployment. Now, part of the reasons why we have, of course, there's the pandemic, there was the global economic crisis, but I think at the center of it is that we've detached ourselves from, really putting products into the market. Yes, there have been over time so many products that we've put into the market. There have been some which we are creating locally, which, we've copied elsewhere, some of them to resolve some of our problems and challenges. But so I want you to think as innovators, to follow the footpath of those, that lady and gentleman, especially the ladies. We cannot just have one lady represented there. So I want particularly young women, to think about products and all of that. The virtual reality has created an impression in us that you can just go to the wall and press that switch, and then there's light. Open the tap, and then there's water. Open a can of tin, and then there's fish, there's rice. But I think we need to think beyond that which is exposed to us, and that there are people who are creating this stuff. There are power stations which are generating electricity. There's dams all over that has been built that are purifying water, and that water is brought to our houses, and that there is a lot of work that happens behind this virtual reality which we may be existing in, and that we have to be part of that production process, so that we keep the life cycle of humanity moving forward. So if there's anything that I would like you to leave here today is, let's go and think about being innovators, put products on the table, and in that way to make our economy work and to make South Africa work. So thank you very much. Hope you have fun.
I'm stepping in because, oh, here she comes. Okay. I need to take orders now and then. Here's what I'm going to request you to do, all of you in the room here. Please just relax where you are seated. Put your hands on your thighs and relax. And breathe in deeply and breathe out. Now please proceed and do it 4 times. Don't do it lightly. Do breathe in deeply, in and out 4 times. You can count yourself. Please go ahead and do that. Let me say this to you. Quality in, quality out. Garbage in, garbage out. If you catch the drift. This exercise is crucial for you to do it now and then when you want to relax and you want to do a transition from one thing to another. But also when you feel stressed by something, angered by someone or whatever, keep quiet, take a deep breath in and breathe out. Your brain is a delicate thing you have between your ears, and it demands a lot of oxygen. And when you do that, it will reward you with relaxation. Is that how you feel after doing this exercise? Feeling relaxed a little bit and so on. We are just making a break to the next session so that we are fresh when we hear what some schools are doing already. But before we do that, let's go back to what we did in the morning. On your feet, on your feet, on your feet, stretch, just stretch where you're standing, stretch where, however you usually stretch, and even in any other way. Just stretch your body. Yes, absolutely. Do that. And then let's do what we did. Your hands up. Right at the top. Right at the top. I can't do this. My left arm is not working properly. It needs some technology assistance. Yeah. Okay, come down. And breathe in as you lift your hands. Breathe in. Breathe out. Breathe in. Breathe out. You may take your seat. And before I call the chairperson, just 3 minutes, just give me 3 minutes. Please pull out your notebook that's in front of you and write 3 things. 1, 2, 3. That is something that struck you the most when you were listening here. What are the most crucial things that you heard that you never heard before, for example, or something that struck you and you want to do something about it? Just write it down in your notebook, just 3 things. In fact, let me do this. Okay, I'm starting it at 3 minutes, but go ahead. All of you, pupils and students, teachers, please do the exercise. Officials, just note in writing what you had. Kevin, doing that work. Alkla. Okay, that's right. Yeah. Okay. Don't worry, don't hesitate about whether it's the right thing or not. You will always have time later on to revise it. Just select those 3 things that for you came across as interesting, worth following up. And you want to do something about it. Okay, thank you. Chairperson, please take over. This list that we have done of 3 things, remember, you mustn't sleep tonight before you look at it again and reflect how you're going to take it forward, okay? And what's going to be your next step or 2 beyond the list that we have counted, okay? For each one of the things, what are the next steps you must take? Remember, that's your assignment in the evening. If you sleep without doing it, I'll know. Don't ask me how. I have the technology.
To the Deputy Speaker, let's give him a round of applause. Okay, and a great thank you again to the Deputy Minister, Buti Manamela, for his input. I would like to request that a representative from each school fetches their prototype from outside. Because for me, we think we're alone, but it's not just us, there are many people who are following this engagement on the virtual platform. So I think we could maybe release our dignitaries who have been sitting here, from the colleagues at the CSIR, Dr. Lidwaba, as well as Prof, the CEO of TIA, and Mr. Frias from the Western Cape Department of Education. Let's give them a round of applause. So what we're gonna do now is that all your prototypes, can one rep from each school please go fetch your prototype outside, and please come and place it here. All right, quietly, just delegate someone, go and fetch it, and please bring it here. And then also those, I'm not sure who's presenting. Okay, can we have one meeting? And I know the DM to be this disruptive. You know, in the chambers, particularly during SONA, don't sit next to the DM. You'll be like part of the naughty kids, and then everyone thinks you're also naughty. If you watched the SONA debate of this year, you heard what the DM sang at the end of his speech. Was it Humpty Dumpty or was it Here, Here, Ho, Old McDonald's? So the DM is very young at heart. So then all the media is also welcome to join us. I think it will be important for us to share with citizens across the country what young people in our schools are innovating. So I hope someone has gone and fetched the prototypes from outside. They can just come through from this back door and place them on the table here. And then also now you have to prepare who is presenting from each school. So those people who are presenting, you can also come closer, please, towards this side. Okay. I'd like to, while I'm waiting for everyone to move, you can come. Please, the media is more than welcome to come in at this point. We need you to share with society the great innovations that are coming from our schools. Okay, I see that you've set it up in a way that most of you have tried to be inclusive, and it's more than one person that's speaking from some of the schools. So if we could have maybe the lead presenter in the front with the prototype, and then the rest of you will speak from your seats. The camera will still swing towards you. Okay. Okay, I'm giving you 2 minutes to make those decisions. In the meantime, I'm going to be reading what our colleagues. Okay, are we struggling to identify reps? Okay, we'll figure out a way to make sure we all fit. I think the best way to do it, can we move this chair so that you guys have space? Okay, then some of you can, so we're starting with Sinenjongo. No? Okay. Okay, so some of you can stand this side. So it's 6 of you, right? So ma'am, you can come this side. And then the 3 of you can stand this side. Where's your prototype? Okay, bring it closer. Where are you gonna put, okay, can someone take the prototype to the back there? Come up this way, come around. Okay, so yeah, literally on stage. Because we won't see you from here. Okay, there we go. Come, go up to help her. Okay. Okay, cool. So we'll start with ladies first, then we'll come to you, gents. You guys can stand that side a bit. Okay. Okay, open it again this side. There we go. There we go. Thank you. Thank you. All right. Thank you very much to all the educators who are making this much easier. Really appreciate that. Teamwork makes the dream work. I just want to highlight a few comments from the virtual platform, just to indicate to citizens that are with us on the virtual platform that we do see you, and we acknowledge the inputs that you're giving us. So there is a Nkunzi Ka Magolwana who says on Facebook that we need to work harder as a government DM in showcasing the work in the innovations that are there. So that's something we always raise as a committee, that we need to create platforms for citizens to know what innovations are coming from our country. And he even goes further to suggest that we can even use movies, talk shows, documentaries. He's basically saying in America, there have been movies, for example, done about NASA. So everyone knows that there's NASA, right? So maybe if one of our talk series or whatever were to lift Sansa, then everyone would know about Sansa. If we can try and have one conversation, please. And then also on YouTube, there's an emphasis on the fact that support from government is very important to empower our young innovators and aspiring innovators. And we've seen from, what the DM's input, what TIA shared with us, what CSIR shared with us, what Western Cape Education shared with us, the type of support that is coming from government to ensure that we support young innovators. And of course, we know that there's a lot more work that needs to be done in that regard. And that also speaks to budgeting. And then there's a Sally who said, such brilliant initiatives, congratulations to all those schools that were invited, proud of our spine rodians, and that's from Sally. So we acknowledge all the comments that citizens back home are making, and thank you very much for being with us via the virtual platform. That's what we mean when we speak about the fourth industrial revolution. So at this point, I'd like to then hand over to Sinen Jongo. You have about 5 minutes to take us through your innovation. Here's the mic, here's the floor.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. It is an honor and privilege for us to be here. We are from Sinenjong High School in Milantine, and we are two robotic teams, namely Rob Squad, who took part in the innovation project, and Rock Boys, who took part in the Robot Spot. You may ask, what is robotics? Over to you, Elise.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. As Charlie said, it's an honor and a privilege to be right in front of you all today. And I'll just unpack what exactly is robotics. So robotics, it's a branch of engineering that involves conception, design, building, and coding of robots. And as you can see, ladies and gentlemen, we are the future engineers of this beautiful country.
So basically robotics, it's all about its purpose, it's all about coming up with students that are willing to learn more about the robots and also are willing to code, and since us as students, we have that learner mindset. So as a student, we have to have that learner mindset, be able to learn and be able to unpack your learning to other students. So yeah. And also robotics, its purpose is to produce engineers and innovators of the future. Thank you.
You may also ask, what is our innovation project all about? Over to you, Robo Squad.
So our innovation project we're given is whereby we have to find ways in which we can improve cargo transportation. We then came up with an idea of which we can improve pipeline transportation. And with this idea, we came out first position in the first Lego League robotics competition.
So you may ask, what is pipeline transportation? Pipeline transportation is a long distance transportation of a liquid or gas through a system of pipes. So we chose this kind of transportation because oil theft from pipes is one of the most problematic sources of our falling economy. But it is not recognized. It has affected our lives in many different ways, such as loss of lives, environmental damage, pollution, and financial problems.
Environmental damage and pollution occurs when there's a pipeline leakage or explosion caused by a pipeline robbery that has gone wrong. It affects the people who live or located near those pipelines. The increase or the decrease of economy and the petrol in transportation or all transportation companies like Transnet and its branches. We can help limit the internal pipeline theft by laying out our idea as the Robo Squad.
So my team and I came up with a solution that the existing pipeline should consist of a metal sensor and vertically pipe that will be connected in the existing horizontal pipes, and underneath it, there must be a receiving barrel. So here's what's going to happen. As the thieves use metallic appliances to drill or grind through the existing pipelines, the metal sensor that will be on the pipelines will sense or detect the metallic parts of the grinders and drillers that they are going to use. As soon as it detects it, the pumping station that will be pumping oil will immediately stop pumping oil. But we do not want the thieves to get any drop of the oil. So here's what's going to happen. As soon as it detects it, the pumping station will stop pumping oil. But there will be an oil that will be floating on the horizontal pipelines. That is when now the vertical pipes will come in. The valve that will be connecting the horizontals and the vertical pipes will now open in order to receive the floating oil to be received by the barrels underneath. But you may ask, what will happen to the oil if the thieves would try to get underground and get through the oil? The barrels that will be underground that will receive the oil will be protected by an electric fence. As soon as the oil is received by the barrels, it will continue through its destination. Our poster is round, but it has two barrels which are connected in the same place, whereby now, if it is received underneath by the barrels, it will continue to its destination as soon as the metal sensor on the pipeline stop sensing the metallic appliances around it. It will continue with the flowing of the oil. Thank you.
We did some calculations in order to find out how much should each barrel be able to accommodate. Since Transnet transports 16 billion liters of oil per year, we divided that by 365 days in order to find out how much oil is transported per day. And it resulted that 43,835,616.44 liters of oil is transported per day. Pipelines run 3,500 kilometers all over South Africa. We divided 43,835,616.44 liters by 3,500 kilometers in order to find out how much oil is transported per kilometer. 12,524.46 liters is transported per kilometer. We wanted to insert our solution in every 10 kilometers, and we multiplied 12,524.46 liters by 10. And we came to a conclusion that each barrel should be able to accommodate 125,244.6 liters of oil. However, when we did our research, we could not find an existing barrel that could contain or accommodate that amount of oil. But we found the one that could accommodate half of it. That is why we have 2 barrels placed at the same place. Thank you.
In addition of what my teammate has said, as now we will have an electric fence. Now we had a question that how will the electric fence get electricity? And what would happen if there's load shedding? But as young, intelligent innovators, we know that our country has a problem of energy shortage. So we decided to use solar panels and wind turbines, which could produce electricity for our fence. The energy that will be produced from this will reduce the use of coal in power station that pollute the environment. Thank you.
While we were doing our project, my team and I had to change many things, including our solution. At first, we wanted to improve the most commonly used mode of transportation, which is land transportation. We saw that our solution wasn't directly focused on cargo transportation. As a result, we decided of coming up with this one unique solution. We had, as it was unique, it was also difficult for us to find the solution for its problems. Hence, we once thought of having polyurethane foam that will cover the whole pipeline. But when we did our research, we discovered that the foam is not strong enough to present the problems. We had a lot of different solutions from every different teammate, but the problem is each person wanted her solution to be the one that will be used. We then sat down as a team and brainstormed by using all the solutions we had up until we came up with this one powerful solution.
Thank you, Robo Squad. Over to you, Robo.
Thank you very much. I want to take you through our main task that we did in the World Robotics Olympiad. So we were involved in this competition, World Robotics Olympiad, which is WRO, and we were in a category that is called Robo Sports. In this category, we were required to build a robot that would be able to detect an orange ball and pick it up and throw it to the opposition team, or hit it to the opposition side. Same as the opposition team was gonna do the same thing, throw their balls to our side, and also or hit their balls to our side. And then the team that has the least balls wins. So basically it was like building a robot that would be able to play a tennis. So yeah, that was our main project. And then building and coding took us about 2 months to build and code our robot. And other schools started earlier than us, so they had the advantage. But as Sinenjong High School, School of Excellence, of course, we managed, as Sinenjong, of course, we managed to defeat and conquer the opposition teams, and the victory was ours. So yeah, thank you.
As my teammate just said, we defeated our opponents during the regionals where we did in Cape Town versus other other schools are there in the Cape Town region where we came second place and went to Joburg to compete in nationals. Where we then went and with our sponsor, the sponsor Rockwell and Asset, who helped us to travel the long journey, and Parklands College who also helped us train. So when we went to Joburg, we went to compete with different provinces all over South Africa, which means we had a lot of competition and we were going against a lot of private schools and top schools around South Africa. We managed to win first place and go to Germany, where we represented South Africa in the World Robotics Competition internationally. And thank you.
Throughout the whole journey, I would like to say that it wasn't a walk in the park for us. We had to come from school, like as soon as school finishes, we had to go to Parklands College and maybe go back home like around 8 o'clock or 7 o'clock late, practicing. So with that as well, we also had to keep up with our own academical work at school, including like the training we're also doing like with robotics. And it was also a disadvantage that we had to go to another school instead of like doing it in our own school. Despite that, that was like one of the challenges that we had, but we still conquered. As well as I'll add like critical thinking, as we had one challenge in our first competition where there was like big speakers, so they were interfering with our sensors. Then we like had to reprogram our whole robot and like make things work, and we came out second place. So like what I would like to say is like, no matter what challenge it is, but you can still go through anything, like hard work pays off. Thank you.
And just in addition to what my teammate said, throughout those challenges actually brought us like greater possibilities. We had to see greater possibilities around the world. And also it was a mind opener for us to see how technology is improving and how the fourth industrial revolution is in progress. So that was basically a fun experience for us, and we really appreciate our asset organization, of course, Parklands College, and our school, of course. Thank you.
I'd like to end off with telling you our journey through robotics. When we were first introduced to ASET had made many clubs, mathematics, literature, and science class, including robotics too. And many students obviously chose literature, mathematics, and science classes, and forgetting totally about robotics. If I remember, there were only 8 students who actually chose robotics club out of 300. And out of, I think it was God's grace, because only robotics club actually happened out of all of them. And ASET taught us about robotics, and we managed to go to Joburg in grade 8, and we were still young back then. So because of coronavirus, we weren't able to come to other competitions. 3 years later, in grade 11, ASET then told us to join robotics all over again, where we now got the chance to do it over again. And now we went to international scale, representing our country. And of course, this wasn't a journey that was easy, because as we know, we are from a public school where we don't have that kind of material, where we have to rely on sponsorships and other schools for the material. But because where you come from does not define you, your mind always has a way to innovate how you are able to think. And I'd like to hope that South Africa goes in a large scale, where they'll introduce every school in South Africa to this type of interaction with technology, because this world is forever growing, and I hope that students just like me will enjoy just as much as I do, because this is something that not everyone are able to achieve. And I hope that every student here knows that they are very privileged to be in such an area and such a place to be in. Thank you.
I'd like to please call the Deputy Speaker, the Deputy Minister, Mr. Frias, CEO of TIA, Prof and Doc for a quick picture. And ma'am, Mistress, please, you've done such great work with these youngsters. Please come forward, guys, quickly for a quick picture. You guys can stand here. We will stand. You guys are like the leadership. But women have to be represented. So can we please, actually, ma'am, please stand right in the middle. And then some of us can go on the top as well. And then can we please lift your prototype as well? Whatever happened to our things? Where's our robot? He's not here. Oh. Thank you. All right, let's give Sinenjongo, the School of Excellence, a round of applause. If you don't tell yourself how great you are, who's going to tell you? Can we then have Spine Road High School, the Spine Rodians? Spine Rodians. Is that what it is? Can we please have you guys come up to the stage? Welcome. Let's give them a round of applause. And here. Sorry, can we get guidance from IT? Where's the best location for her to put the prototype so that people at home can see it? On this edge here, or must she put it up top here? Up top.
Good afternoon, honorable members of parliament and esteemed guests. My name is Ubaidillah Smith and I'm in grade 9C.
Good afternoon, honorable members of parliament and esteemed guests. My name is Hakeem Marcus. I'm in grade 8D.
Good afternoon, honorable members of parliament and esteemed guests. My name is Marcus Sani and I'm in grade 8C.
Good afternoon, honorable members of parliament and esteemed guests. My name is Onwaba Matupe and I'm in grade 9A.
Okay. Our problem with today's society is that people are too lazy to recycle, and therefore this affects our ecosystem. And if we don't start recycling now, this may lead to global warming and cause of many catastrophic events.
With this problem, we've come up with a solution where we've built an electromagnetic bin that will separate magnetic materials from non-magnetic materials. And once we've done this, we can recycle the materials that needs to be recycled, which will keep our planet cleaner, safer, and healthier for all of us.
Our electromagnetic bin consists of an electromagnet conveyor belt, lithium battery, a relay, robotic arm, and a microbit.
The process is automatic. As soon as something is dropped inside the bin, the ultrasonic sensor will detect the metal and it will send a signal to the microbit moving the conveyor belt. A robotic arm with an electromagnet is going to move towards the conveyor belt, pick up the metal. If it's a metal is magnetic, it will pick up the metal and it will throw it back into a non-magnetic, into a magnetic metals compartment. If not, the
the object will move along with the conveyor belt and it will fall into a separate, in a non-magnetic metals compartment.
Our target market mainly focuses on schools because we are trying to introduce the recycling process to the youth so that they can take this home and do it in their homes and communities.
We look at a budget of 1,750 rand per bin. This total includes the bin and all components to complete the functionality of the bin. In conclusion, we hope by recycling, schools can have a cleaner environment and the schools can benefit by generating an income for the recycling materials.
Thank you. Thank you.
The microbit is the brain of the whole project. It tells each component what to do and when to do. So
Can we have
all the stakeholders again?
Oh.
What? Right?
Right, then our last school, but definitely not least, is West Bank High School. Let's give them a round of applause.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Jolie Smith. I'm from Malmesbury. I attend West Bank Secondary School, and I was the team manager during this project. The story behind our idea. We came up with this idea because Mr. Fontaine mentioned that he has a nephew that is deaf. He always wondered if this boy will be able to one day go to school and what the quality of his schooling will be like with his disability. We refer to our solution as closing the gap. We want to close the gap between disability and a better quality of life. We as a team sat and thought about how we can help not just the deaf, but the blind as well. If we think about this, we sometimes take for granted that we can see and that we can hear. We can take in environmental stimuli and process it properly in order to aid our lives. Just think about it for a moment as adults and as learners. We know exactly how to walk to our cars and to our classrooms. But what if we don't have these basic biological functions? What now? Who will help you and will there always be someone to help you? One of the major issues is how do these learners find their way around institutions of learning? Will there always be someone to help them? Our thought process started by thinking if we have some sort of disability, in our case, being blind or deaf. The world is already a daunting place. Now imagine if these individuals lost their way or there is no one around to guide them. This can allow panic to set in and can be the cause of very bad emotional experiences. So the aim that we have is to improve the lives of these individuals by creating a friendly environment around them to aid their guidance and improve their quality of life. I'll now hand it over to Shante to explain the rest of the presentation.
Hello everyone, my name is Shante Martinez. I'm from Malmesbury and am at West Bank Secondary School.
My role in the team was to create the 3D casing, so I worked on Tinkercad creating the case. Challenges that we faced: not have the correct equipment, not having a bigger budget, not have the best technology at our disposal, not having the knowledge and IT and engineering specialists have gained over years of practice. With what we would like to thank you, expert team Dante Omega from the company Epshet and Hazel Williams who helped us with the interview. In the future, we did not stop and only focus on the challenges. We are looking to the future. What can Portec provide in the future? We as a team have created this functional proof of concept. We are wholehearted believe that we can create this device in the future. We believe given the right amount of time and R&D, we could bring to market a fully functional device. We can bring to market a device that aids in betterment of the lives of impaired individuals. Given the right equipment expertise, we can move beyond the beta version and give something that's functional to the fullest. What we want: infrared 3D scanners and that can move out an institution. Thus will give a 3D rendering of your environment and incorporate this into a more powerful processing unit. This will help us overcome issues with stairs and obstacles that might be in our way. Because remember that the environment we live in changes and we need to have our technology adapt to these changes. Cameras and scanners can see if there are new obstacles in our path. But we may do with what we got, and we are able to proudly say we have a working prototype.
Hi everyone, I'm Percival Yankees and I am also going to West Bank Secondary School. I'm in charge of the hardware and electronics, the actual device. The device's main processing unit is called the Node MCU. It's the brain that thinks and processes information received from the IR sensors. IR sensors work by sending out light signals and determining how long it takes to bounce off objects and return to the sensor. The node sends this signal to the app and the app triggered as well as the buzzer on the device. The IR sensors are short range, but due to the budget we might do with them, I am proud to say, a working prototype. The sensors are connected via different pins, which triggered have been coded by Sarik to give alerts. We wanted stronger sensors like ultrasonic sensors, but due to our budget, we couldn't get it.
Hi everyone, my name is Sarik Duplessis, or like Ricky from the front line. But I was responsible for making the app. So the app that we have designed was specially made for the device, which consists of the following: an alert which helps you understand that there is an obstacle on your left and an obstacle on your right. The app gives you visual and audio cues to alert you that there is something on your left and right. We only had weak IR sensors at our disposal, but we did that was needed to be done. The app is entirely written in JavaScript, which is code and computer language that can be used to program processing units and computer programs. I put in lines of code that directly responds to the device. When you press the start guidance button, it then sends the signal to the device that you can respond to stimuli from the environment. The app is also a source of information about the team, school, device, and where the school is located. In the future, we plan to have the device connect with Bluetooth, as other Wi-Fi signals can interfere with the device. We would have the device because a QR code reader for different building and the layout. But with 3D scanners and infrared scanners, the device can lean on the fly. It essentially then becomes a GPS localized institutional-based guidance device, and we also want it to work offline. I will now show you a demonstration. Okay, so now I'm just gonna walk from the So, for example, I'm a blind person or a deaf person. Doesn't matter, I'm a blind person.
Caution left. Caution right. Caution left. Caution left.
Thank you.
Guys, can we please get a picture with you guys? We're fans. Please stay. Deputy Speaker, CEO, Postdoc, Mr. Fierce. Well done, guys.
Thank you.
That was a great one. Thank you so much. Thank you. Let's give them another round of applause, please. So that was Sinenjongo High School, Spine Road High School, and West Bank High School. Let's give ourselves a round of applause, guys. I am absolutely inspired, Deputy Speaker, by the innovations that have been presented before us. We're not the future as young people. I am a young person at 30. I'm turning 30 on the 20th of August. So I still am very youthful. Just DM me if you want my address so that you know where to drop off my birthday gifts. Even if it's an innovation, that's fine. But really, guys, it's really exciting to see my peers. You are my peers, doing such amazing work, really, absolutely blown away. You sound like the Department of Science and Innovation. You sound like the CEOs of entities, because the one thing you all complain about is funding and budget to do your work. So it almost sounded like we were receiving APPs from our entities. But really inspiring stuff, seeing young women as well being part of the teams. I mean, you guys are like bikininis, you know, but you're amazing. And I get it, like he's like in another world all the time. Like I've been watching you. He's just like you're like, yeah, you wanna work, you know, and that's amazing because, you know, probably in the robotics and in all this work you do, you find yourself, you know, and so it's been really exciting. Ma'am, the work you're doing with your entire team, awesome stuff. So many of the innovations that have come forth today have really, Deputy Speaker, spoken to inclusivity. From the older generation, my real age mates, that side, Senzo, Uswesihle, Gada, I think it's Gada. Yeah, it's like Gada, like, yeah, like it's Wada, but Gada. Wow. Really, guys, amazing stuff. I just can imagine how do you know that there's young people in our TVET colleges who are learning to be drone pilots? I can just imagine the type of work they could be doing with you, Mangumad. You know, so really, guys, I'm blown away. The support that they're getting from various stakeholders, ma'am, They keep speaking about your organization, but I can't hear it properly. So I don't know if it's acid or acido. So I want to see the writing, you know, but they keep speaking about you. So thank you. Thank you so much. As a Black woman also, you're just breaking the stereotypes that we're not ready to invest. No, we are very ready to invest financially. And so call out your peers, call out your peers, say, guys, ashone corner. Let's give whatever little bit that we have to give, let's give it, right? So thank you so much to everyone, to the parliamentary team, to the Deputy Speaker for bringing us all here together, you know, to enjoy. Everyone who's come from all lengths and breadths of the country, everyone who's been with us on the virtual platform, siyabonga kakhulu. The input you're giving us on the platform as well, we're taking cognizance of it. For us as a portfolio committee, this is also part of our oversight work. It says to us, what should we be monitoring in terms of the work that the department and its entities are doing so that it responds to what you have spoken to today, so that it supports what you have spoken to today, right? I mean, we don't want to, this is not a hobby, what you're doing. It's not a hobby. You are solving societal problems at your tender age, and we need to figure out how we can ensure that the solutions you're bringing forth find expression in these various departments that are responsible for these, you know, different areas of work that you've been doing. Quota, numbers, figures, and so 1,000, 5 million, 7,000. Hey, I mean, how does your brain even keep all of that? I was like, oh my God. You literally are my role models, guys. Like, I am so inspired by you ladies. I'm so inspired by yourselves. Inspiration and role models, I don't think it's like linear, you know, upwards. I have found role models today in yourselves at my big age of 30. So can we give all of yourselves a round of applause? We've come to the end of our program, but the person who's really our host, so I'm going to, before I hand over to Deputy Speaker, you see there are young people there from CPUT. There was a young lady as well from Stellenbosch. I don't know if UCT is in the house. Okay, I want to give yourselves a minute each. Want to see what you're learning there in university, your ability to summarize. If you could summarize in a minute each, literally a minute each. So I'll take Kenny or anyone, Kenny Barrel, the lady from UCT, and your salesman from Stellenbosch University. A minute each to summarize what we actually achieved today. And immediately after that, it will be the Deputy Speaker. This is the last time I interact with yourselves. It's been an absolute pleasure. Remember, nonpendulo_M on Instagram. All right. Thank you so much, guys.
Am I audible? Okay. Thank you so much, Honorable Chairperson. From my side, I don't think I want to summarize, but I want to appeal to the community to say I was also there in your shoes. I'm born and raised in Pretoria. I'm an industrial engineering student. I was also a student innovator. I was the best in maths and science. I never dreamed that I'll be in Cape Town, but my first year I came to Cape Town and I really, I came to do what I was doing in my younger age. What I want to say is that believe in what you do. I'm telling you, you will go far. Today, I'm the Africa Free STEM Fund member. So it's very seeable that things like this, it doesn't only start here. You can go far. There are many students that really want this opportunity of really being here, but being here, you must really take it outside and really go and expand on the commercialization of things which they were speaking about. Thank you.
Hello, everybody. My name is Marcela Silagazi from Stellenbosch University. So the task is sort of to summarize what we've learned from the space. And I feel like in the beginning of the session, we spoke about defining what the commercialization of innovation is. And I feel like what we achieved in the space is exactly that. We managed to not only hear each other's ideas and views and what they're sort of learning in the space, but also in their different bodies, but also that exercise that we had to do on the three things that we learned from the space, or the three things we're going to take forward, also incentivizes us and challenges us to take what we learned here outside of the space. So I'm really looking forward to seeing some of you wherever, I don't know, on TV or even reading about you online or through magazines as to what you have achieved and what you're continuing to do for South Africa. Yeah.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Sima. I am from UCT. I am a very reserved person, and every time I would raise my hand in class to say something, I'd start off by saying, being on the spotlight makes my intestines turn. But guess what? Today, my intestines are sitting still because I am so inspired just seeing young people, my peers, being so committed to social responsibility. And what I find even more striking is how they're leveraging their education to make a fundamental difference. And what is even more striking is how all of these are coupled with Ubuntu and compassion. There is indeed hope for Africa. Well done, guys. I'm so inspired.
I wanted to say to you, the last speaker, you've got company amongst them. I won't mention the person's name. She literally was paralyzed, not wanting to talk because she was nervous. But today she spoke. Today she spoke here from here. Don't worry, I won't mention your name. From her school where we were visiting the place. So we are glad that we've been able to give you the courage to open your mouth. That's one thing we'll celebrate the whole year. I thought I should just, by way of closing, thank you very much. And I agree with her and others that some of the solutions you are raising includes, I made reference to this thing about us going to the Society for the Blind to look at what they are doing to carry out their work, to make sure, for example, that our website is disability friendly, that people can access information so that they can do so independent of any asking anybody directly when the stuff is available freely online. But if, because of the design of our systems, they are hostile to people with disabilities, we are not serving the public properly. There's no Ubuntu boot in those programs. So we have a responsibility always in the solutions we generate to think about the destitute, the weakest, and those who, for no reason of their own doing, are unable to access what we easily access. So we appreciate that big time. It's fundamental to what our constitution calls on us to do. Thank you very much for that. I also want to just say to our teachers and those who support them, you are doing great work when we appreciate it big time. You will never be able to hear of the impact you had on these kids as they spread around the country and around the world. But knowing that you contributed to their awareness is great stuff, to launch them on a long journey. We really appreciate that. And the team that organized this, my chief of staff is a welder, he's a carpenter, And he was now the anchor project manager for this day today. I inspired him to learn mind mapping as well. So he's very practical. He has a theoretical stuff he's already running, implementing. And my political advisor, he was unable to be here today. In the process of registering his company. In the last 2 years, he was running his exams, writing exams, getting a health test. Because if you are to be a drone driver, flyer, pilot, you must be healthy. You must not find things that shouldn't be in your body, as an example. So that keeping healthy all the time, eating well, not only do you serve your brain and increase the possibility for your creativity, but also when you keep your body clean, you ensure that when tested, you'll be found to be fit and proper, for example, to be able to fly a drone. The man is 61 years. All right. So if you assume it's only you guys who are going for it, you are wrong. He's 61 years old and he's studied, he's passed his exams, he also passed his health test. He was scared he was not going to do so. And so he's registering his work. He's got a very interesting story to tell. He too, like my chief of staff, is passing this thing here. He edits my constituency newsletter, okay? And he also used to head as CEO Pacoffs in the Free State, a body that manages art and art-related productions. In other words, some bureaucratic job, and he's an artist himself of sorts. So I have the fortune to surround myself with one or two madcaps like you know, creative types. They often refer to as madcaps. But this is what we are saying to you is that there are huge potential. You constitute the current and future leadership in important areas of our life. So take advantage of the opportunity you have. And we were, the chairperson was making reference to, as an example, to us, Makuba, to speak in his, I often find difficulty. My mother spoke Setswana, okay? And my father spoke Sesotho. So I grew up speaking both. So when you say my mother tongue, I know that patriarchally you are saying we are talking about my father's tongue. So I always challenge them to accept that in whatever tongue you speak, but if it's our languages, it's important to be able to articulate and explain them in the language in which you speak. And Afrikaans doen, dan moet jy dit in Afrikaans sê. There's baie mense wat vir ons luister hier, hulle wil verstaan wat gaan aan hier. You can't come and also use the other languages as well. In fact, Afrikaans is the closest indigenous language we have as well. So we must remember that the stuff we learn is important to be able to say it, because the solutions we are bringing up speak to the challenges people are confronting. So they'll understand you fully quickly. They'll also be able to contribute to your growth in some of the ideas they'll share with you. Thank you very much. We're really excited. And we would like to suggest that please teach us and the presenters here who spoke here, and the teams, please join people here in what they call the Proti room for lunch. And then the rest of the teams have got their place. They will be marshaled to outside to have a bit of eating. Thank you very much. We enjoyed the game. But remember the assignment. You can't come to Parliament and get away. There's no free lunch. Yes, you mustn't sleep before you do your assignment. You review your list and you identify the next one or two steps, okay? That will lead us to feel very productive at the end of the day. Thank you very much.
Sorry, guys, I don't mean to speak after you, Deputy Speaker. There's just a request from our media team that can we please have a group picture outside? So what I'd suggest, right? Because we all trust one another. So let's leave our belongings where they are. Quickly rush out, take our group picture, and then come back and grab your lunch. Okay, cool. The picture will be taken outside the building, at the actual building. So past the security sensor thing.
Does it show?
Yes.